Good morning, good evening. From my location, it is good afternoon to you all, to all the well meaning Biafrans, lovers of freedom, haters of freedom, and to the country where I am. Good afternoon. I greet you all on this wonderful Monday day from my location to everyone who cares about the freedom of people and those who will later and cry had I known when it's come about the movement of a new country or people who decided to have their own freedom. I greet you all and I want to thank you. Also remind you as you come, please like and share the program. It's a time to greet my president, Maazị Nnamdi Okukanu, and also greet my prime minister, Maazị Simon Ebanjoko. My humble greetings to my deputy prime minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the deputy prime minister of United States of Biafra, and to all the Biafra's military commanders, generals, and all of them. I want to use this wonderful opportunity, this avenue to greet you all, to encourage all of us to continue doing the needful, to continue doing the things that will give us United State of Biafra as a sovereign nation that is going to quench all these killings that is going on in the world. Moreover, in Africa, particularly Nigeria, that has been designated as a country of concern in the world because of killings, inhuman treatment, abuse of rights, intimidation, marginalization. All this is the reason why the people of Biafra has stood up and make official declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country. So, the things that makes America to put Nigeria on a country of a particular concern is what has happened since 1999 to this day. It's happening from 1973 to 1970, where Chukwuemeka Odumegwu make a declaration of independent state of Biafra in 1967 to 1970. Today, as you can see, our president, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, is in DSS dungeon today. He was kidnapped all the way from Kenya down to Nigeria because of what? Fighting to stop what makes America or the world to see Nigeria as a country of particular concern today. That is what moved him. With him as Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria, or if the world have listened to what Maazị Nnamdi Kanu represented for or what he's fighting for, Nobody will declare Nigeria as a country of concern, of a particular concern today. But because of paying deaf ears on the things that are matters, paying deaf ears on the truths that Mazina the Kano happened to be the prophetess of our time, telling us what to come. And today, because of Nigeria refusing to adhere to those important things, what happened is those things that those call themselves One Nigeria had to hear. That's Mas Simon Ebanjoko, the Prime Minister of Biafra people, Mazi Nnamdi Okukano, the President of the Biafran people. Those things that they foresaw that are happening today, that made America on their constitution about Christians as a country who are adhered to supervise what is happening in the life of Christians, that makes them to see today and declare Nigeria as a country of particular concern, is what they have been saw before that day. That is why today we are calling on all the bodies of the world, UN, EU, US, UK, China, France, as the world power, to know that there is inhuman treatment, there is injustice, there is intimidation. Overall, there is incessant killing of human beings like a chicken. In Nigeria, animal has rights more than human being. The way human beings are dying, the way kidnapping is going on in Nigeria, the way inhuman treatment is going on is unacceptable. That is why we, the Biafran people, have stand up to take our self-determination upon our hand to make sure that our life is being protected. And you also said, on things that are criteria that leads a country on the level of a country of particular concern, is the same thing that in the UN Charter, where Amina Mohammed is a president of UN. In your UN Charter, there is articles that you made us understand on criteria of things that when they are happening is why people have to go into at last self-determination. Self-determination that you put under a word that is not official to people means seek for a new country of your own, govern yourself, protect your citizens and your people of the indigenous land. That is also a criteria on the level of your Montevideo Convention, Geneva Convention, and Vienna Convention. All these laws that controls human beings and the countries, the criteria for people to have a new country is also the criteria that is happening today in Nigeria that make America to declare Nigeria a country of a particular concern. All this is happening, and that is why the Biafran people has said, we want to be alive today because someone has died for us many centuries ago, who is Jesus Christ, for us to live. So how could the dying of Jesus Christ for us to live is not going to protect us anymore? Rather, we are be dying because of human being is able to be killing and also want to waste the life of the indigenous people. That is why we, the Biafran people, has said no, that we have a right to live. We have it to take by ourselves. And also in your UN Charter, in time of Russia and Ukraine that started their war, the vice president of America rushed in there and told Ukraine that it's your inalienable right to defend yourself, form your governors, those who will rule you, those that are going to govern you, that is their inalienable right to do so. So today, we are asking on the UN, that their head office is in America, in Washington, D.C. We are asking of EU. We are asking of all the organizations in the world and the 5 world top countries, enterprise of UK, America, France, Russia, and China. You being on top of the world, is it means that people will be dying every blessed day, that people are not going to live? So what is the meaning of you being on top of there? So we want to let America know, or UN and all the organization to understand that that criteria that leads to a country of particular concern is also a criteria for people to seek their self-determination in the means of forming a new country. That what makes Biafran people to stood up on November 29, 2024 to make a declaration of a new country called United States of what? Biafra. So, we want you to know that designating Nigeria as a country of concern is something very nice, something very good. But that, is it the solution? Then you have to use what you see, or the criteria of putting a country on a country of a particular concern. You have to use it to go back to UN Charter articles to find out that what you put on the name of self-determination of people who feel marginalized, who feel inhuman treatment, who feel intimidation, who feel human, everything that is not good about life, that on that note, they are free. Also, the number 1 point, insecurity. When the present country cannot be able to protect the indigenous people, you told us that they under this your CPC, that when people are no longer feel safe, that there is insecurity everywhere, that they have rights to form a new country. Today, the Biafran people last year has formed a new country called United States of Biafra. Then, seeking for recognition in your hand as the solution of putting Nigeria in this particular country of particular concern. The two things that makes you to put Nigeria on a particular country of concern is what trigger us to make a declaration. And we want to let you know that this did not started today. Starting from the days of amalgamation of one Nigeria in 1914, that leads to Biafra War in 1967 to 1970. The same thing is still happening today. And on this 2025, Americans see why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and put in DSS dungeon because of fighting to end insecurity, to end all the criteria that makes America to designate Nigeria in a country of a particular concern today. The same method rose after kidnapping him. Obatobie, Mazi Simon Ebanjoko took over to lead Biafran people. But because of the oil that is coming from our land, the land of the rising sun, the Biafran people, that makes a president of Finland, the so-called Alexander Stubb, to arrest Mazi Simon Eba, the prime minister of Biafran people, and sentence him to 6 years in prison because of his fighting under self-defense. And let's ask this question. UN, Russia, America, UK, This law of self-determination, is it with empty hand that the people are going to defend themselves? Is our question. So if you see Simon Ekpa, the prime minister of the Biafran people, under self-determination, shipping arms or anything in Biafra land to protect his people, what is the offense? That is why we told you there is a pure partiality in your laws and also the laws of country of concern. Under the self-determination, are we going to fold our hand? No. What are the things that we're going to do to defend ourselves when it's all about self-determination? So Simon Ekpa preparing his people for self-determination becomes a crime. And all of you muted your mouth because it's from East African man. Moreover, it's a Biafran man. That you people don't want ever to have their own country, to live normal like you people. You want us to be in your different country, to be serving you on the name of another slavery level. Because the kind of job we are doing in your countries, none of your citizens can be able to do such a job. The kind of job we are doing in all these countries where we reside today, none of your citizens can ever do such a job. I see you, my senior comrade. Good morning from here. Sorry, good afternoon from here. Thank you so much. Doris, you're welcome. About to say, my brother, you are welcome. Good morning, good afternoon from here. Humbler and my senior comrades. My hands is up for you. Thank you so much for all you do. The man I was listening to you through, about time could not permit me to comment or to come in. Thank you so much. I salute you. I salute my humble lion. I salute you, Christy Biafra. Thank you so much for coming. I greet you all as we move. We are here today to read out the criteria that lead to designate a country as a country of concern that you heard from our DPM last time, the full details of it. And also, how could Nigeria, being a country of concern, is going to help us, Biafran people, today. That is why we are here to present to Biafran people and to the world. That is why we tag all of you with your flag and your names. So you will know that we are talking to you direct to do the needful. That the injustice that the world is meting on Biafran people, enough is enough. Enough is enough. The injustice that the world put on us is unacceptable. No human being has been submitted such a thing. To such a level of hatred, to such a level of killing, to such a level of intimidation, to such a level of human rights abuse, and no freedom of worship anymore in Nigeria. And you told us under your UN Charter articles that when such a thing is happened to a people, that they have right to organize themselves to form their own country, form their own alliance, form their own friends, and govern themselves under the name of self-determination. Why your self-determination is not for a black man is our question. We are calling on the president of the UN, Amina Mohammed, a woman, a mother. Can you allow any member of your family to pass through what the Biafran people is passing through? What the people of the Benue State is passing through today? People of the Plateau is passing through today. And you don't know the solution to end it all. The solution is what we are giving to you. Let Nigeria be divided the way the European was divided. Divide Africa according to their tribal line. Divide Nigeria according to their ethnic tribal line. The problem ends. Then the problem will stop. Once you declare, once all this happen. That imagination of 1914, that amalgamation, that by force is the problem. In a nature, we are not one people at all. They only made us one people under gun and bullets. We want to read the criteria that leads to putting Nigeria from the UN, from the US department to put a country in a CPC. And also, we must also look for, see about your criteria of people at last. He said at last, when they pushed them to war and shook their neck, that they have to form their own new country. Let us see if those things is not why Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu in 1967 to 1970 declared Biafra, that Britain blocked our international recognition. This is what they call Britain. This is what they call UK. They are evil, devilish people, bad people with evil mind. Their evil is top-notch. They are second Satan in the world. As of now that we don't know about Satan again, Britain, UK represents Satan. Satan is someone who only cares about the profit he will gain from Jesus Christ bowing down to him. He only cares for the property he had. That is why he told Christ, bow down to me, you will take all these things of the world. That is who Britain is. That is why Britain is building pipe from our Biafra land to Europe today. They are past Morocco and heading. Britain is in fact, Britain lineage come out from Satan. Britain come out from satanic womb. Because the character of Satan who tempt Christ is what Britain represents till today. Those that follow them colonize Africa, many of them has left. It's only remain this time around, China has come back. Because in the 21st century, they did not colonize us. I don't really understand you. Come again. And remember that I don't condone some wars in my platform. Don't I see it? Yes, even though we are blaming, it's because of what if you, I don't know where you are. Yeah, I wish I would know the country so I can be able to address you. I wish you will put the country where you are. So I will address you right now. So, the 1914 amalgamation is the problem that we are facing through. Yes, because what we are doing is how every other country got their independence in the world. The other way that the other people got their independence in the world is through gun and bullets, through armed struggle. And today, the Biafran people are not seeking through armed struggle. Rather, we are seeking through peaceful alliance, peaceful political movements. That is the way we are seeing right now. So, without coming on social media to talk about what is happening to us and post it, how could you know what's happening to us? In a country where you are, in your country, how do they get their own independence? Did the people did not protest in your own country? Did people did not stand up and talk about it? And maybe because of you are from white country, your own could not waste time. But our own, from 1967 to now, we are calling on the world. When we go into armed struggle, they attack us terrorists. Now that we have stopped armed struggle, and let us go into diplomatic, political way of getting it. What is holding is the question. Because Britain single-handedly blocked our official recognition in 1967 to 1970. They are still doing that up to today. So when we come out to talk, we are not blaming. We are saying it the way it is. And those who are our problems. That is what we are doing. So my people, things that makes Nigeria, things that will lead to put a country on a country of particular concern, is those things that made us to come to social media from 1967 to this day to agitate. And now that we have put a final full stop or final bus stop on it, is that we have gathered together to make a declaration of the new country called United States of what? Biafra. Now we have a pure government with cabinet members who are handling the affairs of the Biafran people today. That is why we are calling on all you, starting from the 5 world powers that's made up of UK, China, Russia, France, and US. We are calling on all of you to know that what America see to put Nigeria on a country of concern is reality. It's happening. It's not AI. It's pure reality. John David, you're welcome. I see you're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. So if anybody who is against America in their action, it simply means you are also evil. You don't have a good mind. Your bad mind is what is leading you. How could you wish people to be dying? Inhuman treatment, intimidation, abuse of rights, kidnapping, killing, insecurity everywhere is what you told us, that when we see those things, that we face these things, that we are free, we are right to form our own government. We are free to form our own country. That is what is happening in Nigeria that made us to declare Biafra as a country. Yes, I have seen. Because that is how America, on their tribe, they have been. That is how every country in the world today, this country where I am, all of them are speaking one language. They are using Arabic. Then inside that they are using Arabic into the whole that makes Arabic, everybody depend on their own state, on their own country. That is why you have Kuwait. They speak Arabic. That is why you have Bahrain. They speak Arabic. That is how you have Qatar. They speak Arabic. Go and check. They divided them according to their belief and their tribe. Despite worshiping the same Allah. But why did they divide? And why there is no fight? Because everybody stay with his own people. They eat the same food in this Bahrain. They eat the same food in Qatar. They eat the same food. Everything together is what according to their tribe. Then they're asking me that question. Tell me that country in the world who their history of their country to be a country is under amalgamation. Tell me. Tell me the country where their history of being a country document bears amalgamation from a white man. Can you, even in Africa? Even those that was amalgamated in Africa today and give such names, many of them have changed their name to remove themselves from the amalgamation. Without us, go and check. All the Southeast are Christians. They forget the shenanigan of Muslims that are coming into it right now because of they want to Islamize everybody. And also tell me that country that have a two law. Tell me that country that 14 states is using Sharia law and others are using secular law. Can you? Going back to what we are doing, please. We want to know everything that will make a country or another country that is on top of every other country to put a country on the name of CPC. And also, if those things that are happening is good, if it is good for you, may one Nigeria happen to you. But if it is not good, the solution is, have you asked yourself who we are before the amalgamation of the 1914? Have you? Have you asked yourself, what kind of life are we living before the amalgamation of 1914? Is there any war going on in the land, in the country, in the way we are living in those times? Can you answer those? I give you a triple answer. You never answer anyone. And why is it when they talk about let us go back to the way we are before? Before the amalgamation, the Yoruba people have been living on their own. The Hausa is living on their own. The Igbo people are living on their own without war, without land disputes. So what brings these killings today after the amalgamation? So the only way to stop it is that go back to your former root of who you are before and live the way you are living before. Just put on a word, put on a civilization on it. It's okay. Are you a liar? On which charter of Nigeria article is that? On which law of Nigeria? Even if in that time the Christians and the Muslims are they fighting before the amalgamation, by force amalgamation, are they fighting? Christians and Muslims are they fighting? And who are those killing today in Nigeria? When they are telling you about the Islamization of Nigeria that has been mapped out over these years, and you're talking about different thing. Before the amalgamation, people that are living there before them, that name Nigeria, are they killing themselves because of their Christian? The Christianity them are living their life in their territory. The Muslim Yorubas are living, Hausas are living on their own. No killing, no human treatment. That is why you cannot come down to listen to things that push to putting Nigeria on a country of particular concern. That's why we told that the only solution in all these things is to go back the way we are before, when there is no inhuman treatment, where there is no killings, where there is no abuse of rights. And the only way is for us as the Biafran people to go back in our way. Why are you afraid of we going as Biafran people? All of you. My people, let us go and find out the criteria, things that when they are happening, they will put a country on a country of a particular concern. Let us listen.
The term country of concern is generally a shorthand reference to the U.S. State Department's designation of a country of particular concern, CPC, which focuses exclusively on religious freedom violations. This designation is based on strict criteria and highlights dangers to citizens whose fundamental rights are being suppressed. 1. Criteria for a country of particular concern, CPC. The CPC designation is mandated by the International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, of 1998. A country is designated when its government either engages in or tolerates particularly severe violations of religious freedom. The primary legal criteria are that the violations must be systematic. The violations are not isolated incidents but follow a pattern or methodology, often state-supported or state-sanctioned. Ongoing. The violations occur over a sustained period and are not a one-time event. Egregious. The violations are severe, flagrant, and shocking in nature, representing a significant disregard for human life and dignity. Examples of particularly severe violations: IRFA provides a non-exhaustive list of actions that qualify as particularly severe violations, which directly translate to the dangers citizens face. Violation. Description of danger to citizen life. Torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Citizens face physical and psychological harm by state actors or groups the state tolerates, resulting in injury or death. Prolonged detention without charges. Individuals are arbitrarily arrested, detained indefinitely, and denied due process, simply for their religious beliefs or expression, causing the disappearance of persons. Citizens are subject to abduction and clandestine detention, creating a pervasive climate of fear and insecurity among their communities. Flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or security. Widespread killings, forced conversions, forced labor, or slavery based on religious identity, which puts the lives of religious minorities or dissenting groups at existential risk. 2. Dangers to citizens that lead to CPC designation. The dangers to a country's citizens are not merely secondary effects, they are the direct evidence used to justify the CPC designation. The declaration is a formal acknowledgement by the US that these life-threatening situations exist. The specific dangers to citizens that make a country eligible for CPC include state-sanctioned persecution. Citizens face legal prosecution, imprisonment, or even execution under discriminatory laws, such as blasphemy laws, that target religious minorities or dissenters. Mass violence and impunity. Citizens belonging to specific religious groups are subjected to mass killings, bombings of places of worship, churches, mosques, temples, and property destruction by non-state actors, terrorist groups, or militias. The designation is applied when the government tolerates this by failing to investigate, prosecute, or protect the victims. Forced displacement and exile. The pervasive threat of violence and persecution forces entire communities or families to abandon their homes and land, creating a refugee or internally displaced persons (IDP) crisis. Denial of basic rights. Citizens are restricted from accessing education, government jobs, or social services because of their religious identity, severely limiting their opportunities and their physical security. In short, the designation of a CPC is a diplomatic tool used to highlight and condemn governments that either directly inflict these dangers upon their citizens or fail to protect them from non-state actors who do.
I hope you're listening. We will play it again before we start analyzing it gradually today. So please listen again.
The term country of concern is generally a shorthand reference to the US State Department's designation of a country of particular concern, CPC, which focuses exclusively on religious freedom violations. This designation is based on strict criteria and highlights dangers to citizens whose fundamental rights are being suppressed. 1. Criteria for a country of particular concern, CPC. The CPC designation is mandated by the International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, of 1998. A country is designated when its government either engages in or tolerates particularly severe violations of religious freedom. The primary legal criteria are that the violations must be systematic. The violations are not isolated incidents but follow a pattern or methodology, often state-supported or state-sanctioned. Ongoing. The violations occur over a sustained period and are not a one-time event. Egregious. The violations are severe, flagrant, and shocking in nature, representing a significant disregard for human life and dignity. Examples of particularly severe violations. IRFA provides a non-exhaustive list of actions that qualify as particularly severe violations, which directly translate to the dangers citizens face. Violation. Description of danger to citizen life. Torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Citizens face physical and psychological harm by state actors or groups the state tolerates, resulting in injury or death. Prolonged detention without charges. Individuals are arbitrarily arrested, detained indefinitely, and denied due process, simply for their religious beliefs or expression, causing the disappearance of persons. Citizens are subject to abduction and clandestine detention, creating a pervasive climate of fear and insecurity among their communities. Flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or security. Widespread killings, forced conversions, forced labor, or slavery based on religious identity, which puts the lives of religious minorities or dissenting groups at existential risk. 2. Dangers to citizens that lead to CPC designation. The dangers to a country's citizens are not merely secondary effects, they are the direct evidence used to justify the CPC designation. The declaration is a formal acknowledgement by the US that these life-threatening situations exist. The specific dangers to citizens that make a country eligible for CPC include state-sanctioned persecution. Citizens face legal prosecution, imprisonment, or even execution under discriminatory laws, such as blasphemy laws, that target religious minorities or dissenters. Mass violence and impunity. Citizens belonging to specific religious groups are subjected to mass killings, bombings of places of worship, churches, mosques, temples, and property destruction by non-state actors, terrorist groups or militias. The designation is applied when the government tolerates this by failing to investigate, prosecute, or protect the victims. Forced displacement and exile. The pervasive threat of violence and persecution forces entire communities or families to abandon their homes and land, creating a refugee or internally displaced persons (IDP) crisis. Denial of basic rights. Citizens are restricted from accessing education, government jobs, or social services because of their religious identity, severely limiting their opportunities and their physical security. In short, the designation of a CPC is a diplomatic tool used to highlight and condemn governments that either directly inflict these dangers upon their citizens or fail to protect them from non-state actors who do.
I hope you listen carefully to this. We are going to be fast on this because we have a lot of things to do today as time permits us to go. So we can see things on our own. Now, number one thing that you have to understand from this CPC, country of particular concern, number one that must come into your mind is those criteria they told you that when they are happening, that the country will be designated to the country of particular concern. Now, what are those criteria? Then before we go into analysis deeply, then the question we must ask ourselves, the things that leads to designate a country as a country of a particular concern, does it lead to people to form their own self-determination group or to make a declaration of a new country? And also, how can, now that Nigeria tag a country of particular concern, is an evidence of why the Biafran people said, we don't want one Nigeria. That's one Nigeria means a death sentence to the indigenous people who happen to be the Christians that they are killing in that particular Nigeria. That's why I told you that, you see, this word political sometimes is helping to kill people. Now, you will hear what they said. They will tell you that they don't want to interfere on the territorial integrity. That is where things are going wrong. In all these laws, in all these bodies that talk about the freedom of people under self-determination. Yes, it's a right step at the right time because it is a step to prove what keeps Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this dungeon. It's a step to prove what makes Finland to arrest Simon Ekpa, our Prime Minister. What leads to their... What are they talking? If Nigerian government could have been able to listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, nobody will be here today. And nobody will put Nigeria on a country of particular concern. True or false? Because they refuse to listen to the true message. And that is where that is exactly why we are here today. But the Biafran people who understand all this that happened to us and everything that is happening to the Biafran people is what they prove here. A marginalization, insecurity, killing. Despite that, they will not achieve it without first conquering the north before they will come down to, because they want to make north the first place that is a safe haven to us, where only them are there. So from there, and you know that when north is being captured, Benue, Plateau is being captured, Enugu is being captured, Akwa Ibom is also being captured, because this is areas that have a common boundary with all this, where all this is happening right now. So for them to Islamize and achieve their mission, they have to first wipe away the indigenous people that lives in North. Do you understand it? That is how the movement is going. Today, they have captured over 14 states in the North. It was 14, 12 before, but now it is 14. Under these 14 they have captured, they all are under Islamization. They are under Sharia law. Before the amalgamation of 1914, people, the real Hausas, are they using Sharia law? Despite that they are all Muslims, is the question that you for an answer. The real northern people, the Muslim people that are the real Hausas, before the amalgamation, are they using Sharia law? Is the question. Then before 1967 to 1970, the things that lead to Biafran war with Nigeria, are they still happening again today? So, yes, I agree with you. The ideology of the Islamization of Nigeria is ideology, really. Then for we, the Biafran people, our own ideology is Biafra. Because you believe that Biafra will set us free. And nobody will Islamize us or marginalize us anymore. Then, because of that, this same particular Islamization or marginalization, that is why Chukwuemeka Odumegwu fought for Biafra, for us to be free and live our life the way we are living before 1914. Because the problem of what is happening today is the problem of the 1914 amalgamation. That is why also our forefathers, someone like Tafawa Balewa, someone like Nnamdi Azikiwe told us that after them, that we should adhere to the instruction they laid down on us, that Nigeria is not a country, that Britain has tried to keep the people together in their ethnic nature, that they are not the same people, that they have to go on their tribal line, there will be no war. But that if those that are, if this our generation refuses to adhere to this instruction, that Somalia will be better than Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not even the first person who used that word. In 1947 to 1948 is there. Then come in terms of Nnamdi Azikiwe also, he said something. He endorsed or supported the word that come out from Tafawa Balewa. He supported those words with all his heart and said this is true, that Britain is trying to make these people to live together. But what happened? That they refuse, because of who they are, to live together. So the best that will happen is that in Tafawa Balewa said this word, I quote Tafawa Balewa, he said this word in 1948, that he mentioned this word, that if we refuse to adhere on the instruction that them are the forefather is laying down today to divide Nigeria, that nobody will live there anymore except under this Islamization. So they understand this Islamization. What happened? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Chukwuemeka Odumegwu adhere to that instruction to accomplish just their word. And that's what brings Biafra genocidal war. Then that one on the other side, another part of it, what happens when in 1941 the same word comes out again, then to be accomplished by Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1948. This was told us that Nigeria is not a country, that Britain has managed with the gun and bullet to put us together. And according to what is happening today, go on social media, you will see Yoruba is attacking us. Is it not true? Is it not the truth that Yorubas are attacking Igbos? It's also evidence that we are not the same people. Now, those that want to Islamize us have joined the Yoruba people to attack us. It's evidence that proves that we are not the same people. We are not one. That the wars of Tafawa Balewa in 1941 is true. Sorry, in 1914 is true. Then the word of Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1948 is true. That we are not one people. That we need to divide ourselves, go back to our root, stay according to our tribal line, stay according to our ethnic group, our religion, and our belief, and our culture. The culture of people of America, despite all of them being Europe, is not the culture of the people of UK. Is it not true? So, we want our people to understand one thing. Now, when you look at the attack, because of this CPC, what are you seeing? That is also evidence that we are not one people. Because of Nigeria designation of America, designating Nigeria into a country of particular concern. Now, it's also proved to the world on the attack on social media, proved to the world, we are not one people. We all have different ideology. The people of Oduduwa today, they are agitating somehow. Really, they are agitating that they want out from Nigeria. The ideology of them is Oduduwa. The ideology of the real Hausas are their own. They have their own name. The ideology of the Southeastern right now, present now, our ideology still remains Biafra. So with this, all this ideology that is in our brain, then that's where you understand we are not the same people, because when you are the same people, you have one ideology. We did not have one ideology. We have different beliefs and different right of living. So I don't see reason why that people, you are attacking on us, you don't want us. But when we said we want to go, what happened? You start fighting us. You start all manner of abuse of word on us. And you want us to live by force. So the Biafran people who understand that we don't want to live by force, that you being my friend is not by force, that getting married to you is not by force. That is why we said we have adhered to the words of the Tafawa Balewa to divide Nigeria. And we didn't say that no name called Nigeria. Those who love one Nigeria to maintain their one Nigeria. Me, who did not believe and who never want one Nigeria, goes with what is my belief and what I love to hear, what I love to being called. Because there is a name someone will call you. You will say, no, please don't say it again. It's not my name. This is things that is on ground that lead us. Now, on November 29, 2024, the Biafran people stood up, made a full declaration to prove that exit of Biafran people from Nigeria outrightly. And this is under self-determination of the UN Charter. After our declaration, why this Amina woman, who is the president of the UN, is not talking? Because of what? And for me, I say it's one reason. She is a radical Muslim who like the case of the Christians and indigenous people. That is why she remains mute. Can you please, I stand to be corrected, if you have seen Amina Mohammed, the UN president, addressing the killings and the war that is going on in the world, that she was muted. So how could such a person be there and you think that things will go normal? So please, please, you had to like this program and also to share the program. Please endeavor to, because when you like this program, another person will know that we are live. Let me use this opportunity to tell you, if it's the first time of coming on this platform, please subscribe. And the way you will like the program is this: there is a 3 dots in front of you on the right hand side of your phone, where I am pointing my hand right now. What you have to do is to click on that 3 dot. It will open. First thing you will see is like. The other one is share. Once you share, you will subscribe. Please endeavor to do that to make the message go viral. Please, I beg you to do that. So we move.
The term country of concern is generally a shorthand reference to the U.S. State Department's designation of a country of particular concern, CPC, which focuses exclusively on religious freedom violations.
Do you see how they leave what they're supposed to put here and use Christianity? That's why we told that the many things about this world is wrong, because they are trying to be political correctness. In the midst of the world of America try to be in the side of political correctness, is why he used such a word here. The question is, these people that are Christian, that America have a law about them, before them being the Christians, are they not indigenous people first? Yes, thank you so much. Qatar and Saudi Arabia paying them all. We understand, my brother. Because Akna Mohammed, if you check very well, is from one of these countries. That now we see her. That's why she's not saying a word. So, go back to what I'm saying. This particular issue of religion freedom violation is where they put their I don't know how to put it the words so we will understand it. Is where they shy away from the real freedom of the people. Because I am a Christian, yes, but before being a Christian, I am an indigenous person first. When the indigenous people did not have a right of their freedom, they did not give them easily, but they give Christian. So they are trying to, America also are trying to avoid that word, interfering on the territorial integrity of the country that are molesting the indigenes that are the Christian in that particular country. Do you understand it? These are the areas that we need to look at and put to the world. No. And because of also the some things that is on the written handle of the world of their laws are not free for people to live. And also they are all what? Afraid. Simply mean the word democracy that the world claiming that is what is going on right now is not true. Because if it is true, America that tagged this thing exclusively on religion's freedom valuation. The question I ask again is, before the freedom of these indigenous people, if you free them, where are they going to stay? Is another question. If you free them, grant them freedom, where are they going to stay? Is it not in the indigenous inheritance of them they are going to stay? Is it not true? So why not make that the territory of those the indigenous Christians are living be secured for them? Why not first give them power to defend themselves when such a thing is happening? And because of even also America, who is fighting for this, are afraid of things they will do, people will seek another country in America. And this is what is going on in this world. If you sit down, read all their laws and see how they combine these laws, you find out that empty land has freedom more than human being. Empty land, the word territorial integrity is about land. So when you are living in the land of this territorial integrity and you are dying, so does it mean that these people that are dying in Nigeria, that if they're not Christian, Nobody will interfere on their matter. Do you understand this clearly where I'm coming from? So it simply means that if they are not Christians, they need to die. And now, where is the right of a human being to live? Is the question. Where is the right of a human being to live? Why does the world only care for territorial integrity? My friend, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Ali Zaid, my friend, I can see you. Thank you. And I also see women in Biafra. I see Precious. You're welcome. Thanks so much for being here. I see Tina Ijenewan. I salute you. You're supposed to be on social media, have a YouTube page, but the time will come because your wisdom is top notch. Thank you so much. I see my hood board. Thank you so much for being here. I see all of you. I see your comments. I see Michelle. You're welcome. I see Uduos 67. You're welcome. I see Francisca. You're welcome. All of you, please. You're welcome on this hallowed platform. Thank you so much. So, when we come down to analyze all these their shambolic laws that did not set us free, then you understand. Namdi, Anthony, you're welcome. I can see you. Thank you so much. Please like and share as you come in. I see you, Obi Joseph. You're welcome. Thank you so much. We go on now. So, when you look at the laws of this territorial integrity, then you will see that there is no free law for human being to live. The only law that human being has to live is only self-determination. And they told us that the self-determination will come at last. Self-determination in the law of UN. In this, even the law of the CPC, in this law, self-determination is the last thing that is on it. Every other thing favors name of country and their so-called territorial integrity. Then the question I'm asking, I could not find an answer very easily, is that if there is no human being living in a land, this territorial integrity, is it for animals? Because the way it is, animals has value, respect, more than human being. The only one option human being has in the law is self-determination. Every other laws protects the interests of the country. Do you understand it? So in somehow of it, the question now that I'm asking America also is, so if these people that they are dying in Nigeria right now is not Christian, so your law is allowing them to die in that way, or for them to be killed in that way. Because sometimes all these things become things that so you valued a name of a country more than human being that's made up of the country. That's why we're asking questions. How could in life of a living human being, only one body of law was meant to protect a human being? And that's one body of law that's meant to protect a human being. It's only under the name of self-determination. And you said that this self-determination is going to work when the people are being under insecurity, when the people are being under human rights abuse. That your human rights abuse is not automatically save the people that live in the land. in that territory you claim. So it's also all of you are also corrupt. Despite whatever happens. When the life of human being and what we protect the life of human being is not number one in the law of UN, of the UN Charter, in the Montevideo Convention, in the Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention, and many of them more. Now, the outright of these particular laws that we are seeing, go and check very well. You will see that defending, protecting a name of a country is number one, not to protect human being. Then, if the world claim, or even America claim, that we are into democracy, Republicans in the nation, of what people are preaching right now to the living human beings, then why that the territorial integrity is more preferable? Because if you listen to when we go down to this CPC, you will see when they talk about the territorial integrity. So if not for the second option of being a Christian in indigenous land or indigenous territory, the people will all wipe away and the land will be empty and the territorial integrity will be there for them, for dead ones. And that is why I said a lot of things need to put under revoke this time around. How could human being who make the law first, because of afraid of people like America, being having another country in America, now they open their eyes openly and their mouth widely and use paper and pen and told us that number one thing is territorial integrity. That number one thing is first good, territorial integrity, not to interfere to affair of the so-called territorial integrity of a country, who the citizens of the indigenous people are dying, are being massacred every blessed day. So I want you to come with me on one thing. Now, it simply means that without being a Christian, you are meant to die when it comes to Nigeria. Because the only thing that draws attention of US in all the killings, okay, now I know. You see what is happening? That is why the freedom of people of Biafra is not important. Because if what we have been presenting to the America, to all the world, or our protest with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, all the agitation and all the evidence of when we are protesting, they will kill us, they will buy us, is not enough for America then to interfere today, then what makes them to interfere is that they are clean Christian. That is where you understand the area I'm coming from. And they will tell you, no, you don't interfere. It's a personal affair of Nigeria. So nobody to interfere on it. Why the option is being reduced on a life of a human being. Rather, the law is very upgraded when it comes to the territorial of a name of a country. The question we ask again is, if there is no human being in that entity called Nigeria, in all the countries in the world right now, this one now goes to every country of the world. So you are telling us today, America, that if people stand up in America and said no, they want another country in America and start agitating, and they are being killed, deny them their right of self-determination. So you will not intervene. You will wait until the thing now comes in the name that they are Christians before you intervene. Eh? We are asking them, this word go to America direct. So are you telling us that why that if people start dying today in America because of they want a new country from all the states that made up of made up of America today. So I tell you that when people stand up under self-defense of what you have already told us here, that when it's happening, okay, let's assume that what is happening in Nigeria from 1914 to 1967 that leads to Biafran people, leads to Chukwuemeka Odumegwu declare Biafra as a country. Let's assume that it's happening in America. So are you telling us that you will not grant those people their freedom because of territorial integrity? Are you telling us that you're not going to allow them to have their wish to live the way they're supposed to live? Is it what you are telling us? So that is why we want to know exactly what is going on in the world. But we have come to let you to know that some of the laws that you put out there is not favorable to human being. Rather, is favorable to a country and the land. By force, you must stay here. And what is that democracy that you are preaching? What is it? When the democracy is not all about people to do what pleases them, when it is necessary for them to do it. We are going back. So we are here to go into this CPC designation that America put in about the only way they can serve the Christians. Okay, so if we have been fighting for Biafra and use Christianity, maybe you could have granted us Biafra since then till now. We can't be deceived anymore.
This designation is based on strict criteria and highlights dangers to citizens whose fundamental rights are being suppressed.
Do you hear that? Designation is based on the strict criteria and highlighting dangers to citizens whose fundamentally rights are being suppressed. Now, this one is nice. Citizens that are Christian, that are indigenous people, living in their own ancestral land and in their own territory. Fine. This, when you read this, you will think it's easy. When we further go down now, you will see how where they misjam the thing. So sometimes you will become confused of what is all about. But the Biafran people, whether the world likes it or not, we have make our stand, our intention. That is why we told you that in Biafra land, you will worship whatever you want to worship. It's when you have a con that is capable of giving the indigenous people of that country security. It's when everybody is free to worship what you want to worship. We are not discriminating anything at all. But it's going to be under law. A country where I am is a Muslim country. Here we worship on Fridays, the Christians. Nobody interferes on the affairs of the Christian people. Nobody kills them because there is a law. A law holds everybody. Stay according to your worship. Do not interfere on someone's own. In that the same country I am. But why Nigeria own must be the Islamization? And without the Islamization of one Nigeria, Nigeria are not supposed to be a country by now. So when you listen to the right of the citizens in this kind of abuse that we are into, in this kind of inhuman treatment, in this kind of killings that is going on, then you understand it very well that the law favorable number one country, not human being. That is why such laws call into submit to amendment. Because when law favors human being first, everything will be right.
1. Criteria for a country of particular concern, CPC. The CPC designation is mandated by the International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, of 1998. A country is designated when its government either engages in or tolerates particularly severe violations of religious freedom.
Now, are you seeing something? They have moved away from the citizens' rights. They enter into what? Criteria criteria for a country of particular concern, CPC. The CPC designation is a mandate by the International Religions Freedom. Now, on this question, I hold you, I ask you this question again. Are you telling us that if our fighting of freedom tag name Christian country is what we are answering? So, does it mean that by now we have got our recognition or become a country? Just write the name of this country is Christian country. Do you understand something from there? So I now that everything is about Christianity, not again the indigenous citizens of that particular place. So if what we are fighting, we are not using the name Biafra, that we are using Christians United Country. By now, does it mean that our organization could have become by America and Israel first supporting us as the Christian countries in the world? We left them to answer. We left them to answer because the Biafran people, we are believing Christianity. Different level of Christianity. Judaism is there. The one that our leader Mazan is worshiping. Catholic are there. All manner of Christians' names, churches are there. So it could have been better for us to use Christianity United Country. Then, okay, that name Christianity could have drawn attention of all these countries who claim to be Christians and they allow us to die in the name that the name we answered did not attach to what is in their mind or what they put in the law. That is why we must create that impression. Before being a Christian, you are an indigenous person in your ancestral land and in your border or in your territory before becoming a Christian. Is it not true? How could it now? They jump it and use only that word, Christianity. You see how everything about this world is in this way. You see that the politics they are playing is not pure. But they'll tell you that it's all about political correctness. It's a lie. It's political gambling errors. It's what is making a lot of things happening today. And that is why many killings are going on in many countries today in the world. So, by the International Religions Freedom Act, IRFA, the law of 1998, a country is designated when its government either engage in or tolerating particularly several valuation of religions freedom. Do you understand why I ask that question now? So when the country are evaluating the right of a human being, that was not enough to come and save those people until it comes to the name of religion. So America also joined hand, enact law that did not set them free as the power of the world to do the right thing. They are not free on their own to do something. It's only when it's all about valuation of religion is when they will interfere. But when it is about the valuation of the intimidation, of inhuman rights abuse, of the killings of those that are in that ancestral territory, it's no matter there. What matters most is the valuation of freedom of worship, religion. Now tell me. That's why I ask you. That's why I ask this question. So if the name of what we are fighting for is Christians United Country or religion country, it might be by now Biafra has been recognized, but because America could have interfered without voting for UK. America could have intervened on the matter without waiting for UK. And the world we see is all about religion. So without religion, human being has no right to live. Without religion, abuse of rights of human being will continue. So without religion, being religion under Christianity, the people that are dying all over Nigeria want to die because of territorial integrity that America doesn't want to interfere on it, or because America doesn't want his own people to form another country. Why are they forming? What you give America, Mazda Kanu told them, build second Niger bridge, give us good roads, give us good hospital, give us good school, freedom, come as the restore the indignity of the people, and I will drop agitation. I will not talk about Biafra again. So far, people refuse all the solution being given to make the so-called Nigeria a better place. That because of that, I am not going to stop. What happened? He did not stop fighting for his own people under your self-determination. Now, I have come to understand on my own that self-determination is at last, not in the first place. Is there the same room I'm hearing that Britain declared Palestine a country? We are waiting. So we are waiting. Let them be playing their games. But we have been here to also to expose those things that is happening to us. Why they're supposed to be help people first, not under religion. Because America on their own are in this way. They are speaking from the both side of their mouth in their law. They are speaking from both sides of their mouth in the law. Jennifer, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Chechuku, you're welcome. Thank you so much. You're welcome. So, human being does not have freedom first until it comes to the level of religion and Christian. That is why we must question the authorities of the world. That's why I said that maybe Biafra get recognition and we join the UN. The Biafra people will agitate to all the laws to be submitted into amendment, because it's on level of injustice in the right of human being is what is going on. And when you listen to the things they told us about the territorial integrity, there is no easy escape for human being. Even if you are there, you will be there. And they will mute. Because check now, without tagging it Christians killings, has America taken a move before? Before Donald Trump, all these things, are they not happening? Why are they not talking? Because of they are protecting the interests of the territorial integrity. So, America, what makes you afraid that even in your own time of law, the things that are happening to us is not happening to you? Because we are only agitating of all this while because of what? There is no freedom of school. There is no good school in Nigeria. There is no good hospital in Nigeria. There is no common light. There is no water. There is no road. There is no good market. These things enough. Is it not enough? Why is in your country all these things are stable, but in our own time, in our own, it's unstable? When we are fighting, is it only these six things enough? And the abuse of the right of a human being, the intimidation that is going on, and also knowing that in the 1948, those that have ruled Nigeria after amalgamation, as they are resigning from the ruling, they said that Nigeria is not a country. Those that ruled 18 to 7 years after the amalgamation put it in writing and said that Britain, UK is trying to make Nigeria to work. That because of the culture and the belief and the ethnic religions, that the Nigerian people are not one people. They are different people in nature. That the best thing is to divide them according to their ethnic group. This is people that have ruled Nigeria after the amalgamation. Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe. This is their words they left on us. Go and check very well. You will see, go and verify. You will see it. They say that if we had refused to adhere to divide Nigeria, that in the background, that they are not one people. For stuff, what is happening today, they have also seen it. They have also saw it in 1914 to 1974. From the amalgamation of 1941, 1914 to go down to all these years or before all these years, they have already told you that Nigeria is not a country. There is no need forcing people that they are not one people to live together. So except because of religion, we perished, and the empty land we protected as the territorial integrity of the world.
The primary legal criteria are that the violations must be systematic. The violations are not isolated incidents but follow a pattern or methodology, often state-supported or state-sanctioned.
Now, a state to be sanctioned, the Bible just said, God will raise a genuine country that will help us, like Russia, to Burkina Faso. Thank you so. They are there on it. That is why I told people yesterday on my live prayer. I told, see, our recognition our recognition will be boom, boom, boom everywhere. Do you know that when after India recognized Pakistan, then the first Pakistan to recognize Bangladesh, that in a day that 5 countries recognize Bangladesh in one day. That is how all is going to be. And let me tell you also, yes, Triple M, I see you. Divine Precious, thank you. Jerry, I can see you. Thank you so much for coming. So, do you know that the recognition of a country can happen under 1 hour? 4 countries recognize you in one day. I see even look at this useless Finland today. The same way they got their own recognition. After Germany, they recognized them. Germany was the first country that recognized Finland. Before Sweden comes up. After Germany and the Soviet Union stand together to give recognition. After that, Sweden and every other country join up. That was in time. So today, with all that is happening, our happiness is that what makes Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, what makes Chukwuemeka Odumegwu to agitate for Biafra, and what makes Owazurike to agitate for Biafra, and what makes Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to carry it on, is what America sees today. But the difference is that they target religion instead of putting the right word at the right place. That's what is happening. I hope you are understanding it. Thank you so much for coming in. I can see you. So, the evaluation are not isolated incidents, but following a pattern of of methodology. What is going on in Nigeria is not just a word. It's not just something happening, but it's a methodology of that word. They want to Islamize Nigeria. Now, those that want to Islamize Nigeria, the indigenous people that are dying all over Nigeria, their own, is it not religion on their own? And why their own religion is all about killing is the question. Now, those that invade and killing the indigenous people, the people that they are killing, are they not indigenous people who happen to be the Christians that are living in that ancestral land? In the territorial integrity that you are protecting. People that are living in the so-called territorial integrity that all the laws are protecting are indigenous people, and they are dying. Remember, there is an indigenous people before you enact a law of territorial integrity. So how did you demoralize the right of the people of a human being and uplift up the right of a country and existing countries, a country to be exist? So when you look at the methodology of all that's happened, that's going on, they change the narrative of God who created human being, who created land, empty land, and said, oh, human being, you are in charge to control this land. But today, they turn it upside down. Then countries are in charge to control human being, instead of human being to control it. That is why when they put first interest of the territorial integrity, then you understand it clearly, because it's number one, to protect the territorial integrity, whether people are dying, whether marginalization, whether inhuman treatment, whether abuse of right, and all that is going on in Nigeria, they are still talking about territorial integrity. Do you know that before UN, Commonwealth, we invoke South Africa territorial integrity, it remains small for people of Namibia to wipe away. It remains small. Now, when you have done that and you see how people of Namibia got their freedom from South Africa, what stops you from the agitation of Biafra? And today, that we have made official declaration after our declaration, to now we are capable to go to recognition. Because it's only Biafra will stop what is going on. It's only dividing Nigeria according to their ancestral land is what will end it up. And then the territorial integrity will be valued when the territorial integrity is meant to human being to use it to protect themselves, not to use territorial integrity to control or govern human being. That is why there is a problem everywhere in the world. And the problem is all about wasting people. Innocent people are dying every day. I also want, because when we are talking, we bring everything that happening. Look at South Sudan today. The world chides away. Go to South Sudan and see how people are dying. And the Amina Mohammed sit up there without saying a word. The blockage that are in South Sudan, that makes people of South Sudan are dying, is too much. If you check what is going on in South Sudan, you will cry. What South Sudan is passing on today is genocide. The same thing that happened to Biafran people in 1967 to 1970. The people they are dying, and this woman who sits up under UN called Amina Mohammed keep mute. America also, even though you have given them recognition, the things they need to become a fully countries that have been hijacked, why help them to restore it back and they live freely? We are asking questions. Let us go deep again. Ongoing what? Valuation. Listen.
Going. The violations occur over a sustained period and are not a one-time event.
The killing that is going on in Nigeria, is it one-time event? From the day of the amalgamation of 1914, killing has started going on. From the day of the 1914 amalgamation, let's start from there. The killing of the indigenous people that are Christians have already started going, because the amalgamation is what brought all this that is happening. Before the amalgamation, there is no incessant killing in the north. Benue, Plateau, Jos, all these places you see killings today. What is happening going on in Biafra land is not there at all. You told us that we live a decent life. Please, as we go on today, our line is also open in case if you want to call on things that is in your mind to list it out to the world, and also talk about Biafra. Remember, the number to call is +97 33 60 51 337. That is the number to call if you want to call. So, the killing that is going on is not a one-time something. It's what Britain, UK brought to us. Why that in their own, they are peaceful living. Do you know that Britain did not have written law? Their law is once their indigenes stood up and protest, they put it as law. But for us, the amalgamation of existing law was meant to kill every indigenous person, is what we are experiencing today. And the way is on the rampage. Look at Boko Haram threatening Donald Trump and his military that if they come, that they are mosquito, that they are going to bite him, put malaria in their body. That is why we with only this comment alone. And why is it happening is the question you will ask Donald Trump. What are these things that leads to put Nigeria under territorial integrity? What are those things? Number one thing is that the Nigerian military they are the main Boko Haram. Because rehabilitating all of them, put them into military is the problem. And now these people that have brothers who they want them to come and Islamize Nigeria are in charge, claiming to protect the border. So the problem lies on the protecting the border that they used to troop in, because none of them is an indigenous person. None of this individual is an indigenous person. They all troop in from the same Nigeria border, which their brothers are in charge, controlling that border. So it makes it easy for them to enter, to continue killing. And those that try to get rehabilitated was arranged by those that inside the bush. Those inside the bush and those in the military have one ideology. What is the ideology? The ideology is to chase every indigenous people away from their own ancestral land, to occupy the land, make it a safe haven from where they can be able to attack even America tomorrow morning. So, for this to stop, what is there? If there is a territory before 1914 that the Fulanis are controlling, give them to control that their territory alone. They are assuming if there is. Now, the real Hausa people, the territory that they are controlling before the 1914, allow them to control it for them as the indigenous people to protect their border. Because these people that are coming, they are not flying from up, down to where they are. Rather, they trek. They move in, even though with cars, motorcycle, and whatever they used to come in. Somebody opened the border for them to enter. So when the indigenous people are in charge, protecting their border. They will not allow such people to penetrate, to come in into their borders, into their boundaries. So they will be the one to protect their land with love, to make sure that the people that are living are being secured. Because of how corrupt, go into Nigeria military today, you will find out that the Boko Haram rehabilitated has outlined the number of the indigenous people. The children of these Boko Haram people that are bombing, killing the indigenous people, their children are all in the military. And why do they put them there? The same way they are in charge on every powerful position in Nigeria. It's the same way they have put all their children to school in the name of Islamic to come and enter military. So it's a long time thing that is going on. So the only way in a short while to end this thing is that every indigenous people on their belief will have their own country, have their own border, so they can be able to protect the life of their citizens. So they can be able to value the life of their citizens and protect all of them. This is only way out. That is why the organizing Biafra is only a solution to end the armor tankers, the militarization of Biafra land, the place they call Southeast. To example what I'm saying, how many checking points is in Lagos of military? Then go to only Anambra alone. Only Anambra have 49 checking points of army alone, not police. Go and check. Now, they are there on a place because of what? We are seeking to move away from Nigeria. We are seeking away. We are only asking to move away. So that is why they bring them, because when we move away, their mission of the Islamites is not accomplished, because for them to accomplish their mission, they must capture us so they can be able to use our oil to buy equipment to attack America in the nearest coming years. That is why America must right now use this country of particular concern to prove the country of particular concern has proved us right. And this particular country of concern has been a witness that what our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of Biafra, is fighting is real. Designating Nigeria as a country of concern is pure witness to the Biafran people why we seek outright to leave Nigeria and do what? To stay on our own. Are you following? Because everything that we are saying here about a country of particular concern is what makes us to seek for freedom of our own. Now, when you declare Biafra as a country, we will protect our border with the indigenous. Someone like me, we know that I have enemy who want to kill me. Then if I am being in the military, I will be able to protect my border without fear. Do you know that what is going on in Nigeria today? When you want to send the military to go and attack Boko Haram, ISWAP, Lakrowa, and all the banditry that is going on in Nigeria, that what they will do is this. Yoruba man refused to go to Fulani man. Go and check. Igbo man from Southeast, I'm using that word you know very well, from Southeast, refused to go with a Boko Haram, with a repentant Boko Haram. So this simply means that we are not one people. I don't trust you, you don't trust me. So what needed? Let me go to where my trust is. Protect my own border. Yoruba man will protect his own border. Hausa man will protect his own border. then the killing that will stop. After declaring Nigeria a country of particular concern, Donald Trump, I want to remind you something. In your first tenure, you sanctioned Nigeria. You put Lehi agreement, particularly on the one of the equipment Nigeria bought to use to attack Biafran people. When you lost your second election and Joe Biden come in with Obama, they removed Nigeria under sanction. That's Tucano jet that you put agreement on the Lehi agreement that they should not need to go to southeast where indigenous people are living. That is what they are using to bombard the Biafran people. So your second coming could be a time to accomplish all the unfinished business you have. What is that? To divide Nigeria, give every indigenous people where they belong, their countries, if they want. We Biafra, we want. We have also proved it by making our official declaration on November 29, 2024, before you come to office. And the people that campaign for you, endorse you as the President of America, second person, our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, is arrested on the name of self-defense. And the Finland colluded with Britain and Nigeria to throw him in prison for 6 good years. It's not the right time that you put an end to those things that are making at any time you come because of you value human life, to put an end to it. I think we have a caller. Hello, my precious sister. Good afternoon from here. You're welcome.
Bill, I'm never in the so sorry for the little delay.
It's okay, it's okay.
Well done. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir, for everything that you are doing. In fact, you are hitting it on the nail because, all these law that we don't know anything about. I'm happy that we have people like you that has a kind of concern over that area, that hidden agenda, hidden laws that is for their own benefit, because it's not for Africa.
Yeah.
It's not for us. They made it for themselves because they know that all these they are benefiting from our people. That once there is a position of this thing that you are doing that is over. Thank God it didn't even start from us, because I am very, very happy that by this Burkina Faso, Niger, and all these people that are now being a country of their own, that can now, with time, we know that everything will be all right, but even though that it will still take time, but I am happy because it takes one step to make 1,000 miles, you understand? So It doesn't matter how long it takes, but what matters is that we have already started it, and it will be accomplished by God's grace.
Yes.
You know the problem of the world today? The problem of the world today is they are in a situation of confusion. Confusion in the sense that it's not what they planned, because that supremacy, that's a kind of they have gotten it all. If everything is done in their palm, they thought it is over for the world, that whatever they say stands. But without knowing that God is omnipotent, they have done their own as human. Now God wants to redo what he has done for the welfare of humanity. Because when I think of all these things, I'll be asking myself, this beautiful world that God created, it's just wickedness of man. Because if these Westerners are good in that, they reason proper, or they want this world to be a better place, that Africa has all these things, wouldn't make them to be like claim it alone. They would have made law that will make it to be available for everybody. Okay, when I think of all these things, look at how gold is too costly, how diamond is too costly. I'm just telling myself, there are many places, even on unrecovered ones,
Yeah.
that when you allow the world to flow free, that all these things will be common. It won't be anything for people. In fact, it will reach everybody. Why is it these few people that don't want this world to be better, occupying it for themselves alone? Not only that, these world leaders that is assisting them, that is backing them up, but their time is almost up, because even this drug, just as you have been saying, this CPC of that they are putting on Nigeria. I've thought of it before, just as you are explaining. I don't know much of this international law of all this thing, but anybody that has common sense, that has human conscience, you don't even need to all these laws to be read before you know the right thing to do. It's not that the world didn't want this. The evil ones among them doesn't want this world to be a better place. I pity even Trump, because as he is coming in, already a lot of things have been spoiled, and because they kept quiet. But nothing bad goes without payback or without reward. Likewise, good, because all that they have done before, now it's time for them to reap what they have sown. It doesn't matter the ammunition they have. It doesn't matter their power. What matters is that the light has come to stay.
Yeah.
I might not know more to quote about laws and all these things that you are preaching, you are treating here, which is very, very important. But where my eyes is, where I am seeing everything, and where all we center is that these truths that have come to stay can never allow darkness to have rest, because as they are trying to camouflage or to protect a lot of lies and a lot of pretense, the truth is exposing it, and it's very shameful to them. That's why they cannot overcome it. They cannot win in this war. Take it that Trump wanted to do the right thing. It would have been overseen, because they knew where what they're supposed to do, and it will be over where it lies, which is in us, which is in Biafra, to support us, to equip us, and this thing will be over. Okay, now I saw one post of somebody who asked, would we like Trump to come into our land, to the US to come to our land to have their military base? We will go to the comment section. Sometimes our people doesn't understand me very well. Ignorance has been even though that we are happy that he's coming to help us as making Nigeria to as a country of a particular concern. But where the question lies is, what are you coming for? Is it only Christian that is in Nigeria?
It's not.
Just as you were saying. Because if it is to talk, I am not a Christian. When I understand what was in the church, how all this evil that they are permitting, I say, God, are you a God? Are you a wicked God? Why did they use church to blindfold us and we don't know even the right from wrong? I said, I will stay out to watch this, because what I am seeing inside church couldn't allow me to sense a lot of things. When you stand aside, you will see a lot of impunity, and you can't continue. I'm sorry that I just entered into Church of 18, but because I stopped short because of some things that I know today that I didn't know before, and I cried over it, and I said, God, we are coming to rebuild this. We are, because these people did not do it in they thought it would be permanent, but they don't know that God is wiser. That's why they used to confuse a lot of things. And when you'll be talking A, they'll be talking B, because they will never understand. Now it's happening. And they call this end time. They call it end time. That I myself, I don't call this thing end time. What I call it is exposition time. Even though when you call it end time for general understanding.
Yeah.
But how I'm seeing it is when all those hidden lies will be exposed. We are yet to understand that when you talk about church, it's not about knowing God.
Yeah.
When you say that you're a Christian or you are
It doesn't mean you know God.
Or
Yeah.
they thought you know God. I am saying it to my guys. I am too in. Guys, my own church was the kind that when you talk anything about church, I will not only hate you, I will delete your number. I'll be avoiding you as if you have a deadly disease. That is me then. But when I come to abroad, and where those people that brought church to us, and I asked some questions and I couldn't find answer. I begin to ask my spirit and my God alone, and now I am gotten what I want. And even as disposing more, I am saying, okay, I did not make mistake.
Yes,
because
now.
yes, many people are yet to understand. Yeah, are you saying anything? Or should I stop?
No, you are free to continue. You are free.
Okay, because sometimes when you talk about this thing, it used to pinch many people because they thought we are fighting God.
We are not fighting
ignorance.
God. The
You
way
don't
God,
know God more than I know God now that I left church.
the way God
It's
wants us to worship Him is not the way we're worshiping Him. That is the truth of the matter.
Thank you. Our people are the kind of race, God choosing people that stand by truth. They don't compromise truth. They don't do all this magu, use pretense to deceive you. No, we are plain. That's why I am very, 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 very happy with this movement, because when Biafra will come, in fact, our PM said it one time ago that time is coming when everything will be over. At the mention of that name, Biafra, you'll be seeing that miracle you are seeing in what we have been believing as Christ and all these things. They target to be a kind of people that are antichrist. I don't just want to enter into church thing, but I don't know why it's dragging me. Because we are talking about this Christian persecution of Christian of it. That's why it's pushing me that side.
Why I push that side is that if you look at it, so are you telling us that if we are not, because of that word Christianity, so we are meant to be perished?
That is the lie, the hidden agenda they made for us. They don't care that we are dying. They don't care that we want our freedom. They don't care that things are not going well in the world. All they care is that they are Christian. And not even for our own benefit, for them. Because as we are praying, things are getting worse. And they are there rejoicing in their own land. Our people are leaving their ancestral land, running to their place. Because that is what they wanted. So that when all of us will die, they will come and take our land. What else do you want to understand? And yes, when you talk about it, people will start fighting you as if to say that they have seen devil. He said, I know many people that used to attack me whenever I want to say anything about church, but I'm trying to hold myself because I know time will come when they will understand, when they will know what I have known. Because I have said once a time, God, anytime that I stop church, kill me because I will no longer, because I don't want to go to hell. But now when I now realize that all these things have, I was like, so all these people that are like we thought they are intelligent, all people that we thought that they are prophesying, why can't they know all these things? Now I come to realize that if you are deceived, you are deceived. Just like from the day when we started being baptized out of what we're supposed to know, they started teaching us what we don't supposed to even to know, and we forget who we are. We don't even know our lineage. We don't even know our own history. We don't know anything about us. We are fake of who we are until we come back to the root and know the right thing to do. When we talk about coming back to the root, they will think you will start to do all those some things that doesn't matter. All those things.
Going back to our root, go on.
My brother, why I don't like to hear about all these pagans is that when you go to their place, very dirty, I'm telling you, when Biafra will come, when everything will be put in place. So one person that I'll give as an example is this man, even though that he's not supporting what we are doing, the man, this DP. When you look at those people, you will see modern traditional worshippers.
Yes, now.
Those people that do it with Ngabase. That is the way I want, because some time ago, why I don't like hearing about pagans, all these things, who worship idol, all these things, how dirty and I don't like it. But when the day I watch this man and some of them now, this modern one, you will see Ngabasina, you will see Ndiwe level in this side, and you like it, and that is your own. You just need to know the truth about your own, and it will be well for you. Ancestral forces we are suffering to today is because we don't know our roots.
We forgot our roots.
Our chief.
They come deceive us.
We don't know.
Give you Christianity.
My brother, I don't know if I am taking more than the time that you are.
No.
Just like
no, it's okay.
I pray.
It's okay. We are there.
I just pray.
Yeah.
Okay,
the only thing that's our happiness is that Oh, the only thing I see in all these things happening now is that this CPC is an witness of that Biafran people has been dying, and because of this that America sought to come in the name of Christianity, that is why we make our declaration. All this has been happening before then. So
yes,
that is
God is trying. This is end time. This is the end time for them. This is end time for them because there is no other thing to be. There is no time again. No, there is nothing left to be exposed. That's why the remaining of it is coming out now. And this is the time. Anything that will happen now is now we are expecting anything can happen from now because the whole world has been open. Everywhere is now open. You don't hide. You don't have any hiding place again. I thank God that when even our leader begin to realize this, when you, I am like believing that when he started saying Biafra is my religion, is when he begin to sense all these things. If not, where is Israel today for us?
Okay.
If not, US, where are they? Where are they?
If it is true that it's all about Christian now, who are we?
And not only that,
what is stopping Israel? Particularly Israel. What is stopping Israel for being in the forefront of Biafra movement?
Israel.
Even though that Mazen Nandeka, president, was there live in Jerusalem and they spelled everything to them up to now, they are keeping mute.
Yes. My brother, our PM as well said it, that our leader will come out in miraculous way because you can see it up till now. If Trump cannot talk till now about all these things, forget about it. How God will do it, it will shock everyone.
God is already doing it. God is already doing it. Could it first time in life on this 2025 that people gathered in a summit in South Africa, they talk about Biafra. First time in life in Adi Burkina Faso Congress, talk about Biafra.
All this law that they say for themselves, for their own selfish interest, my brother, is coming to an end for them. They will use it for themselves, not for us again. Because I am happy that even like this Burkina Faso have removed themselves from ICC. That is how all these things will stop. Because all this law, okay, you people should use it for yourself. And
do you know the most painful part of it on my own side? A woman who is a president of UN is a woman. Amina Mohammed is a woman who is president of a UN, and he mutes herself since all that is happening. Do you know that this woman is supposed to face before Donald Trump? Do you know that? But because of how corrupt and how bright this woman is, she mutes her mouth. A woman is a president of UN. Amina Mohammed is her name. And she is there. All this is happening because of how, and I said this thing again, you see any organization that Nigeria enter, that organization has been destroyed because Nigeria is a cost. Nigeria is a cost name. Anywhere they enter, the group will die. Or when they decide to bring Nigeria in, is when everything ends about UN. Go on.
Yes. Already it's happening because even Finland will not tell you, but they are feeling it.
They are ashamed of themselves. Finland is ashamed of what they do to but the storm could not see a face to come outside again. For many times, I never see him gathering of president of countries because he has spoiled the reputation of Finland. He has destroyed it.
My brother, Israel, I am happy the way God is doing this thing because had it been we are doing it on our own alone, it would have been very difficult for us. But we thank God that today the whole world is speaking on our own favor, not us speaking on for ourselves again. The world is speaking for us, and very soon it will soon end. Thank you, my brother, very much because you are doing a great job. That I am not that chance for some days now, or weeks or months. I'm very sorry, but anytime that I have, you are doing a very great work. God will bless you. Thank you very much. Maybe some other time I come in, I'll say the coming talk.
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
We go back. Remember, we are discussing about the CPC criteria of what will happen. They will put a name on that particular a country of particular concern. The same thing, you will hear it today. The same thing that will happen, it will put a country that will make people to under self-determination to defend their life and have a new country, to protect themselves, choose the alliance of government, and also put the way of their kind of politics they want to be doing, and respect their cultures and their inheritance.
Egregious. The violations are severe, flagrant, and shocking in nature, representing a significant disregard for human life and dignity.
Do you understand this place? What is all going on in Nigeria? Is it a private case? Is something that is hiding? When something is widely open of the killings, instead of them to tell you here, the killings of the indigenous people are Wagner Christian. That is to use it to bend the word. So you will not talk about, you will not think about our country. But the gospel truth is that is when things are happening like this and shocking in the nature, what is happening? It's not be shocking all of us in the nature. Nature of what? Being a country. Be an indigenous person. See, let me use this in Igbo. Those that Igbo, sorry for you're not understanding Igbo very well. Enwe ya na-akpa akwa ọkụ na-eyiri onwe ya akwa abịa nọrọ. Gịnị bụ ihe bịara abịa n'ime akwa ọkụkọ? Nwa ọkụkọ bịara abịa n'ime ya. Before a name of country, there is indigenous people who are living there. Without that name of that country, that they come and tag the so-called territorial integrity. What of people that are living there before you choose that name? What happened to them? What happened to those people is the question that calls for an answer. You just jump in, give a name to these people. You are Nigeria. For that, then the constitution protects the coming of the so-called territorial integrity. Is the question. If a cock did not lay egg, how can it happen? So when you look at all this the shenanigans of the shambolic laws of the world, is they use it to tie people down. But it's a time to expose all these their cock and bull laws that are not true. You are knocking on law on me. Who is there been living? Our fathers has been there before the name called Nigeria. Now, how could that thing that just come have superior more than those that have been there and those that you see before you come? Tell me on the empty land today that they are presenting their total integrity. Tell me. Where is this empty land that the total integrity is being written for? Please. Or did God who created this world first put a law about territorial integrity over human being? It's not after God created human being. He gave everything to human being to take over of anything. But today, the takeover is that country is take over human being. It's not human being to take over country. America, the whole world, the corruption we started, the time has come to end. Honestly, no matter how small we are. That is why only people that are genuine is only Pan-Africanist. They stand first on the human rights first. Pan-Africa. Like Dr. Masanga. They stand on the human right first. Not so-called integrity, not right of a country. No, they stand on the right of human being. That's why the world will recognize them quickly. That is the people that are doing the needful. Proving that it's all about human. It's all about the right of human being first to live. Representing a significant danger for human life and dignity. When a country represents a danger into a human life, they also told us in the rules of the self-determination that when a country you are living is a danger to you, that you have to form your own country. Nigeria becomes a danger to the indigenous people of Biafra, and we form our own country. Nigeria becomes danger to us. That is why we form our own country. That is why people are running away today. Camp census of the let me use that word. Sorry to use that word. Count census of the what that make up Nigeria that are in abroad. Then you will see why Nigeria need to divide. That those people live because of inhuman treatment, because of the killing, intimidation, abuse of rights, no freedom. That is why the japa from Nigeria. That is why we all japa. People are japaing every day. Go to the Mediterranean Sea and see how people are dying. Go to the go and see what is happening. People will use leg from Nigeria to enter Italy, to enter every part of many countries in the world. That is why many of us don't have documents when they enter, because they decided if you are dying, let me die. Instead of them to be here, to be that place called Nigeria. That is why we are Donald Trump. The right thing to do is to divide Nigeria. It's overpopulation. It's overdue. The forefathers of those believing in one Nigeria lay a course on that thing called Nigeria. Say it's not a country. It's not gonna work, and that is happening to today. If you believe America, believe in your ancestors, in your forefathers, what they told you about America. That is why we believe in what our forefathers told us about Nigeria. It's not a country for us to live. Go and check. Go and count census of Biafra people that are outside today. You will see why we japa, because of the killing.
Examples of particularly severe violations. IRFA provides a non-exhaustive list of actions that qualify as particularly severe violation.
Qualifies actions that will make a country to put what as a country of particular concern. Listen to it.
Which directly translate to the dangers citizens face. Violation.
Now it has become the danger that citizens face, not Christian again. The citizens who are facing this danger, who are there in the first place, they are people of the indigenous country, indigenous land first, before country now comes in. That is why I give you the example of egg. They are indigenous person before making that thing called Nigeria as a name. Before Magahandi fought for that name America, there's people there before then. If not that the people are afraid, are very trickish. You are afraid that giving people their rights will make them to have many countries. That is what America used. That is what Britain used to deceive Africans. To do not recognize Biafra as a country. But those things that lead to 1967, 1970, more than that is happening right now. More than that is what is going on. More than that is what we're experiencing. What you put in this your law of I on this contents of this your law, IRFA. More than that will trigger to sanction, more than that to put Nigeria kind of concern. More than that is happening. And you told us that at last, if all this is happening, that people are free to form their governments, their new country. Why do we form and you refuse to recognize us? I want us to bow for you.
Description of danger to citizen life. Torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Citizens face physical and psychological harm by state actors or groups the state tolerates, resulting in injury or death.
Did you hear that? Are we not being tortured by Nigerian military and Nigerian government? Human rights abuse. Are we not experiencing it? Bad treatment. Is it not true? Citizens facing physically and facing what? Physically. We are facing physically inhuman treatment. We are facing harm by the state of Nigeria. We are facing unwarranted death by the military and the police. We are facing all manner of injustice. You know, this is what you put that makes you to tag a country like Nigeria a country of particular concern.
Prolonged detention without charges.
Prolonged detention without charges. Go to every prison in Nigeria, you will see Biafrans. You will see indigenous people. They don't even take them to court. Do you know that those was arrested in time of Owazuike are still in prison because of fighting for self-determination? And the Master Kano was there bringing out to all of you, and you shied away for it. That is why we must question these laws about human beings and countries. If there is no people in the entire South Africa, in the entire Africa, you want to come occupy. That is why you meet for us to be white people. But you have a lot that control to your own. That all your citizens are in America, in Europe, in Asia. They are free, living peacefully. The law is for them, but for us, it's not. You have a secret law that you keep for yourselves, but the one you bring outside is one that you use to intimidate us. Your laws is intimidation to African people in general. UN Charter is an intimidation. It's inhuman treatment to us. UN Charter is inhuman treatment. It's abuse of rights. Your law is death sentence to us. We are not free. There is no freedom from your law to us. It's only meant for you. It's never meant for us. You want to you use your law to put it there to give us everlasting colonization. That's what you did to us. Your law on us is everlasting. You have the end. The era of colonization has never ended. It's all about to colonize us. Is your law when it's come to African people. That is why Africa must rise up and join by Toere to do the needful. Emeka, you're welcome. Thanks so much. I think this is Amy talking. So when you look at their laws and what they are putting in there, moreover, you see the UN Charter that Amina Mohammed is on top of it is a death sentence to the intimidation, inhuman right, torture to us. Torture is not about physical. Sometimes emotional drama that your law of the UN has put Africa is enough. Go with your law. That is why I love Ibrahim Traore. The country that abandoned you, I love them so much. Today, look at them. Having one of the best countries in Africa. Look at Burkina Faso. Look at Niger. Look at all of them, the 4 countries or 5 that refuse to be under your law. Look at how good they are doing to their people. Look at how their citizens are happy, living a good life. If any African country presidents are bringing all these people down to any of Africa, that person is coming back to colonize us for the second time in the era of slave. We cannot be slave back again. Your law means slave to us. That is why Biafra people are dying from 1914 from 1914 to 1967. A lot is going wrong. A lot of people are dying. You don't care because you value amalgamation. By force, we must stay, and we said no. That is why Ojukwu fight for this freedom. That is why Owazuike try on his capacity. That is why our President Master Kanu still in dungeon for 10 years. He was kidnapped in Kenya. And the Amina Mohammed, the agreement of the laws that Nigeria break to kidnap Master Kanu, Amina Mohammed is not talking anything about it. UN is not talking anything, and is not even saying a word. And this is why we said your law is intimidation to us. Your law is slave to us, to Africa, to black, to Biafran people precisely. Your law means death sentence to us. We are not free. Remove your law from us. If you know that the era of the slavery mentality has gone, as you are not removing this, your law of slave on us, on African people. That is why you keep mute. A man going to 100 years is ruling Cameroon, destroying the youth. And they said that youth are leaders of tomorrow. And when are we going to be this leader? when we are 90s like them. You see how your laws is all about evil, intimidation. Their law is a slave to us. You use your law to slave us for second time, African people. That is why Africa must rise and stand on their own. That is why a very simple business you will do with the African economy. A very small business that give us money, we give you a business, and the business could have been very smooth that everybody will have it. Because when things are free to everybody, you come to business, we make it on a plain good note. Your law, it was meant to steal African resources. Your law was meant to steal African resources. That is why you keep it. Also, using that way to marginalize us and put us under torture. UN Charter articles put us under emotional dramas and torture. That is what your law puts in our life. Go away in Africa. The one you have steal from Second World War till this time, is it not enough for you to stay on your own and leave us? For how long you want to be in Africa? For how long? But in this era, we are going to break every law that was meant to slave us. We are not going to accept it anymore. We do not accept all these your shambolic laws that favors you. We want to know, what is that law that is controlling Europe, that they are very peaceful in all their countries, their borders, their territory? Tell me, as Europe, as America, Donald Trump is talking about Nigeria. Tell me a country in particular, that region, that are not supporting Donald Trump. A country who is against this is who? China. Where? Asia. Why does one country move in Europe, others join and follow? And that country that is in Europe that is messing up today is also the two countries that are criminal-minded people today is UK and France. What are you doing in Nigeria? What are you doing in Africa? President of France, Emmanuel Macron, what are you doing in Africa? For how long do you want to be here? Russia did not colonize anybody. Why can't you behave like Russia? Leave us alone. That is why we also call on Russian president to help us, to equip us to defend our lives under self-determination. All the US that need to be break and tear into pieces and start new one, because that is where the evil that are controlling the world is. That is where all this injustice is coming from. That is where it's coming from. I hope you are hearing it. Dear law.
Individuals are arbitrarily arrested, detained indefinitely, and denied due process, simply for their religious beliefs or expression.
Do you hear that? Individuals of the indigenous people who is being detained, who arrested and denied the due process simply because of religion, belief, or expression. The expression is what we are here. It's not only about religion. It's about a freedom of a new country. It's about the freedom of the indigenous people. It's about a freedom of our ancestral land that belongs to us. All are our expression. That is why if your law is true, you're supposed to for over all these years organize Biafra as a country. Nigeria will not be designated as a country of concern today, because the things that made us to say no is what is happening. The things that made us to say no is what is happening today. So we must continue. And we have to do what? Stand on our mandate, our declaration of United States of Biafra that was declared on November 29, 2024. This is the solution. Try it and see how it works. From 1967 to 1970, you start Biafra. How far? How good? How well? Why not try it and see? Nigeria, a country where you cannot do revolution, where you cannot protest. The only solution that could have been solved this problem from 1967 to 1970 that Britain denied is why all this is happening. Try a new thing. What is a new thing? Biafra. Give the people of indigenous people, divide them according to their ancestral land, then it will see how we, and try it and see how it goes. Because you are doing one thing from the time immemorial till today. You are doing one thing. America, why do you introduce voting online with system? Is it what you was doing before, after your declaration? Why do you change it? It's a new thing. So do a new thing to happen in Nigeria that will serve the indigenous who are Christians is to divide Nigeria. Pop and plain. That is a solution. That is a solution. Because of the facts that you denied in 1967, the history is be repeating and be repeating, telling you the world to end Nigeria. Though anybody who want to answer one Nigeria, you are free. Those that don't want to answer, let them go. Like Biafran people, we have made it official declaration of Biafra on November 20, 2024. We are not going back. We will never go back. We will stand on that mandate, and we must get permission from it.
Causing the disappearance of persons. Citizens are subject to abduction and clandestine detention, creating a pervasive climate of fear and insecurity among their communities. Flagrant denial.
Do you hear that? I hope it. Causing disappearance of people. So, Biafran people that was been disappearing from 1967 to these days, because of we did not target Christians, that is why nobody's talking. Kidnapping of mass is not a disappearance. Kidnapping of mass in Nandekano, is it not a disappearance? Kidnapping of many people that are happening, disappearance of Biafran people all over the world that's happening in Nigeria. Do you know that there is those that have lived their base in America, in UK, in whatever they're living, they went to Nigeria today, they was kidnapped and keep silent, and nobody's talking about them. All these things is what you told us that under self-determination, that when we are passing this through all these things, that we are free to form a new country, and today we refuse to recognize us because of we have oil. Namibia fought for their freedom from South Africa 24 years, which is 2 decades. Our own from when? 1970 today is going to 5 decades. You grant Namibia because there is no oil in Namibia. But the people who has oil in our land, who has crude oil, you refuse because you are gaining your interest. It's why you shy away from the truth. That will shy away will hurt all the world until you come back and face that reality. Now the time has come. Use it wisely to understand this. Only solution, forget that thing. You will come to us, we will give you this oil, but it's gonna be under business. It's not this way. You are acting like you are the owner of the oil. It's not this way you are claiming being owner of the oil. You are greediness. That is why I said that the Satan, the evil that is in this world is Britain and France right now, and China. These 3 countries becomes evil because they have come back to colonize Nigeria. We are talking of Britain today. France is back. China is in Nigeria also. Let them take the Nigeria. We don't give a dime. We only know that Biafra is our region. Our religion is our region, is our country. That is all we care for, and we are pushing towards that. Nobody will stop us to have what we're supposed to have. Disappearance of Biafran people that are dying every day, is not disappearance. When they disappeared and you find the dead body, what happens? What happened? When they die, you find the dead bodies. What does it mean? It's not a disappearance. And you cannot see them again. When you cannot see somebody anymore because of he was attacked and killed, it's a lifetime disappearance, everlasting. That is what is happening in Nigeria. That makes America to put Nigeria on a quarter of particular concern. That is why also why we are agitating and fighting for our own freedom. For how long? For how long do you want us to keep mute? For how long do you want us to die? Britain has put it that the Biafran people should be wiped away. That is why when they see attack in the north, Britain, UK is not condemning it. If they have started, it's because of America has been talking. Because America wants Islamization of Nigeria. Sorry, not America. Do you know that the UK was the first person who announced that Nigeria is an Islamic country? What that thing said into your mind when Obatobie was debunking about it? UK announced that Nigeria is an Islamic country. So they want people of the Benue and North to be wiped away so they can be able to enter in Biafra land, the southeast. That's why they are muting. And they are the one, Britain, France, China, is the one sponsoring insecurity happening, killing that is going on in Nigeria. Britain is the one, France, China, giving these people equipment. You see the kind of equipment, you see the kind of ammunition they are giving to them. How could someone in the bush lay hand on their money to import such kind of equipment? How? Someone who's rearing cow. The worst problem you who believe in Nigeria has in this clean is China. They are your problem. France, they are your problem. UK is your problem. America is solution like Biafra is everlasting solution to you, whether I like it or not. Whether what you like it or not, we must tell you the truth, and the truth is always bitter. Where you are and you might be angry. Yes, be angry because of the truth provokes someone to be angry. But lies make you to smile and remain silent, remain like Dundee. The lies, the time is over. It is a time to face all the reality that leads to freedom of every indigenous person in Nigeria. If at all you are in UK, people of Oduduwa, are they not agitating? Did they not present the document to you of them having to do one nation? We are not one people. No matter how even it's one or two people, it's an evidence that we are not one people. The Hausas are coming up. Today, for claiming that's one Nigeria, the Yoruba governors gathered together, sing Oduduwa nation anthem, not even Nigerian national anthem. What does it show? A divided country. It's only the Igbos, the Flav, and Southeast governors and their politicians are the fool, are the slave mentality of, they are the one that's been slaved. The Yorubas governors and their politicians proving that we are not slaves to anybody. That is why when they gathered, they will sing Oduduwa national anthem, abandon the so-called one Nigerian national anthem. Can any of these Eflev, Soludo, and all of them, even Peter Obi, Wamugona, Magare, can he sing Biafra national anthem? His life. Biafra and Peter Obi, who seniors each other? Biafra and Peter Obi, who seniors? That is the question call for answer. They cannot do it because they are all slaves to the authority of the Fulani man, Fulani Caliphate. But we said no to that. We have regained who we are, and we are going towards who we are, going back to our roots of a peaceful, happily dancing New Year festival life.
Of the right to life, liberty, or security. Widespread killings, forced conversions, forced labor, or slavery based on religious identity, which put...
Today, are we not slaves in Nigeria? We are in perpetual slave. Killing, white killings. When we said white killings, we mean all that happened in that contraction, in that thing called one Nigeria that means death sentence to every indigenous person. In the middle of this program, we want to send this message directly to America, to UN, Amina Mohammed. and the other organization that Nigeria has concluded to sentence Mazen Nnamdi Kanu this November. They might go to court and move it away a little bit, not to look like it's a true, to December time. They said that they will sentence him and give him option to go to appeal court. So they use method that Finland used to sentence Obatobie. So when they said, hey, he has a chance to go to appeal court, you will stop to your mind. It's not true when it comes to Nigeria. The appeal court is not working because that appeal court is the one that grants him freedom. How could, and the man who grant freedom never went home and they bring a case to hold him, you agree, you accepted. That is how corrupt Nigeria is. There's finally, James Omotosho is the one they want to use because see how they do it. When it's come to a Yoruba man, they'll use Hausa man. When it's come to Hausa man, they will use Igbo man to sentence him. When it's come to Igbo man, they will use a Yoruba man to sentence. This is how, look at it. Proving ethnic divided country. All this proving ethnic divided country. Go and check past history of those who sentenced Igbo, Yoruba. Go and check about those who sentenced Yoruba, Igbo. Go and check those sentenced the Fulanese, the Hausas, Yoruba. You see, he plays ethnic group movement in whatever they are doing. In everything that is going on, he must play ethnic group on it, divided ethnic group. When it happens like this into these three places, into these three ways, what does it mean? Divided country. On the action, on the silent mood of it, but on the words, they told it's one Nigeria. Pure lie. America, Donald Trump, please, we are calling on you to do the needful. Recognize Biafra. Give us things to defend ourselves. That is all we needed. That is solution to all that is going on. Then it will stop. We are fighting for every black, every African, every Nigerian who is an indigenous people that are dying today. That is those that we stand here to talk about it. Let the world know that there is a widespread killings in Nigeria.
It's the lives of religious minorities or dissenting groups at existential risk. 2. Dangers to citizens that lead to CPC designation. The dangers to a country's citizens are not merely secondary effects, they are the direct evidence used to justify the CPC designation. The declaration is a formal acknowledgement by the US that these life-threatening situations exist.
I hope you are hearing. The danger to citizens that led to CPC designation. The danger to a country, citizens, are not merely secondary effects. They are the divine evidence or direct evidence used to justify the CPC designation. It's those citizens that are leading. All the things that we are reading from up to down on this second. All number one is those criteria. You have seen all of them. There's evidence to justify the widespread killings and evidence, inhuman treatment, disappearance of the indigenous people. All these things are what leads to what Nigeria to be designated as a country of particular concern is the same thing that made us to do what? Say that we are Biafran people, we make our declaration officially. That is what it is.
The specific dangers to citizens that make a country eligible for CPC include state-sanctioned persecution. Citizens face legal prosecution, imprisonment, or even execution under discriminatory laws, such as blasphemy laws, that target religious minorities or dissenters.
I hope you are understanding it clearly once I play it. Tell me all this is that we are hearing right now. Please. Is it not what is happening in Nigeria? And before 2025, is it not be happening? Disappearance, blaspheming of laws. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. The name is too tiny for me to read out, so please, thank you. Please like as you come and share. Thank you so much. is facing legal persecution. When you are doing protest and you've been through tear gas, you don't know that you are facing legal imprisonment, persecution, or even executing under discrimination. This issue of discrimination of Igbos, are you not seeing it from the Yorubas, the Fulanis, social media today? Moreover, those Yorubas, those are funjas. Are you not seeing their level of evil discrimination coming from us? Rather, we are fighting for all of them also. But you see, they will come, bring all manner of evil thing on us. That is what discrimination of Yoruba people to Igbo people, to Biafrans entirely, to that word Biafra. Are you not seeing it? How they are doing? That's why I told you, everybody is on their tribe planning how to save their own without coming out. Inside their mind, they are all the doer. But when they claim one Nigeria for mouth. Laws such as blaspheming, laws such as targeting religions, all this is happening. Yorubas attacking us is proving that we are not one people. For how long are we going to wait for that? Look at, because of this particular issue of country of particular concern, they are targeting Igbo something. They are targeting Biafra something. When you go and check the video, those who first reported in that way that triggers, not even Igbos. Nothing that happens, they defeat us. Why? That's why we want to let the world to know we are not one people, nothing like one Nigeria. Tell me that country that answer one country as their name. We are not one. We are different people outrightly. Please, Donald Trump, you are coming, you are searching to Nigeria, should be an avenue to grant us our recognition. America to support Biafra, recognize us, to end this impunity that is going on. All the things that is in your law of the CPC is what we experiencing before 2025. From the day of the amalgamation, that is what we experiencing. From 1914 till today, 2025, you see how many years, how many decades that people are dying, they are killing our people, we are dying, we submit to all manner of abuse, inhuman treatment, intimidation, and whatnot. We have, e.g., then we have into all this is happening. That is why we always talk about Biafra, because Biafra will give us the life that we are not be able to believe. So we can go and live that life.
Mass violence and impunity. Citizens belonging to specific...
Mass what? Murders and impunity. That is what you see every day in the social media today. Killings that are happening in the Benue, in the Plateau, in the Biafra land, all everywhere. Even at this election of Soludo, people died.
Specific religious groups are subjected to mass killings, bombings of places of worship, churches, mosques, temples, and property destruction by non-state actors, terrorist groups or militias. The designation is applied when the government tolerates this by failing to investigate, prosecute, or protect the victims. Forced displacement and exile. The pervasive threat of violence and persecution forces entire communities or families to abandon their homes and land, creating a refugee or internally displaced persons (IDP) crisis. Denial of basic rights.
Are you hearing it? This is what is happening. We just want to give you, when you hear a country of particular concern, so you know things that are there. Then the question is, I want to ask a comment section, all these things that is this law of America, of the decision of a country of particular concern, is it true? All this that is happening here, is it true? Everything that they put on the written note here, is it true, my people? Please, I want to know. If you are following, everything that is reading out here, is it true that is happening in Nigeria? For those who are attacking us. This is an existing protocol, existing law. And all this is happening. Now, from this particular document of this law, these things that you are hearing that is coming out from this document, is it happening really? Please, I am asking. Is it true? It's happening. Thank you so much for your answer. That is why we know that and it's also an evidence of why we want Biafra to save out, because Biafra will give us the life that we have never ever experienced, a very peaceful life of going back the way we are before the amalgamation. Remember when I put the documents out of who we are before amalgamation, they told us that we are Republicans in nature, we are free citizens, we are good, we are this, all good words, who we are before amalgamation. Going back to our roots is to go and live that life that we have been losing. That's what it is. People are then not disappearing. Today in Biafra, do you know how many of our men that have been disappeared? James, I can see you. Chiboza, I can see you. I can see Frank. You are welcome. Please like and share as you come. Persecuting of people life, invading their lives. People cannot be able to protest, to do a common protest in Nigeria. We are all victims of all this. That is why we don't want to continue being a victim. Please, the word. Amina Mohammed, you are not talking. A woman, a mother, who allows your fellow woman to these invaders, to these Boko Haram people, to open her womb and remove a child, and also slaughter the child. Obuefi, Obenaya, it's been long. You're welcome. Thank you so much. We are talking about a country of particular concern that America has put Nigeria on. Why is there? Why is there? It's because of the killings, abuse of rights, inhuman treatment, torture, disappearance of the citizens of the particular area. Is why we are calling on Donald Trump to grant us our wish, which is that we have made officially on November 29, 2024. What is that? Declaration of United States of Biafra as a country that is going to end the killing that is going on in Nigeria today. Divide Nigeria, let people have their peace. Let people go back to their root of who they are before the by force amalgamation coming from Britain, coming from UK.
Citizens are restricted from accessing education.
They see when they force this disappearance of to people to exile, what happened? They take over the land in the territories. Today in Nigeria, we have numerous numbers those are in IDP camp. We have numerous number of citizens of that so-called Nigeria that's happened that they are from different tribes, that they are all in IDP camp. Do you know that today they still went back there to go and kill them in the IDP camp? So, only way we can accept ourselves to not be in IDP, my mothers, my children, our families, is what? Our relative is to, now that we have made official declaration of United States of Biafra as a country, for us to protect our land, because it's happening because those that are protecting Nigeria border are not the indigenous people. In every country in the world, the indigenous people are the one protecting their borders. Today, the Fulani is the one, the Boko Haram bandits are the one protecting Nigerian border, bringing their people in more and more. Once they come, they allow them to pass before they will come to our agreement. If you're not coming to Islamize Nigeria, do not come. They will say, yes, we are here to Islamize Nigeria. And they will allow them to be. These are things that is happening. It's only the time that Biafra man will protect Biafran country is when we have the peace we are looking for, and there will be no killing. This is it. That's why we said, try something new. What you stop on 1967 to 1970 is what is hurting everybody in Nigeria. They don't know about that. But we are here to tell you that for you to know. Disappearance. Forced people lived in from their house. When they come, they will burn the houses, burn markets, burn churches of the Christians, and people will flee and run away, run inside IDP camp. They will take over their houses and their territory. Deny of the basic right. Nigeria is where they deny people the basic right. Do you know that the protest is a basic right of every citizen? But Nigeria, if you protest, they capture you, they say they'll put you to life imprisonment. If you are 40 years, they'll give you more 40 years. Imagine such a thing happening. When in this country where I am, they are doing their Muslim something. They did not stop school. But when Nigeria want to do, they will stop school in the north. People will not go to school until they finished. Deny people of education. There is no good job, no social services because of the religion identity. Several people has been killed today. Several people has been killed. Several people has been disappeared. There is no security to guide their life, to protect them. Everywhere is insecurity. Why they park their so armored tanker in all our land, on our area of Biafra, because of we are starting to leave them. Because of we make our official declaration. Listen, this gun and bullet will fail very soon. It's at hand to fail. Because recognition will make all of this to fail. That is why we must continue.
Government jobs, or social services because of their religious identity, severely limiting their opportunities and their physical security. In short, the designation of a CPC is a diplomatic tool used to highlight and condemn governments that either directly inflict these dangers upon their citizens or fail to protect them from non-state actors who do.
I hope you had it all. In short, designation, diplomatic tool used to highlight and condemn government that are killing and destroying his own people. That is the reason. So today, if you are listening to this, and this all this is happening in Nigeria, why are you attacking America? Why do you attack America? Why are you attacking Donald Trump? We are not attacking him. I am not attacking him, but I only told him, look at the situation, look at the solution. The solution is he has to present to him. So let him listen to us and do the needful. Grant us the one nation to go. Grant Biafra people, if you do not already, give us. Or this is why we go when they want. We are ready to go. We have made our official declaration. We want to go and become a member of the UN. We want to go become a member of the Commonwealth. We want to go become a member of the EU. We want to become come into all this to make a change of the wrong things that you have been doing for all these years. That is why Biafra must come. That is why we have made our declaration. We are only lacking one thing: official recognition. Please enable to do that with us. How can CPC help people that make a declaration of independence of a new country because of insecurity? How can it help us? How? Is there any way it can help us now that we have made our declaration under international laws and under self-determination of people that are being tortured, disappeared? People that they use prison to buy them. All these things are what we are looking for. So listen to this. I'll be back.
The designation of a country as a country of particular concern, CPC, by the US government is a powerful asset for a group making a declaration of independence, particularly if that declaration is based on claims of insecurity and human rights abuses. The CPC designation helps the secessionist group prove their right to self-rule by validating their core grievances and providing diplomatic leverage for the controversial doctrine of remedial secession. Here is how the CPC designation aids a declared new country. 1. Validation of the remedial secession argument. The most significant benefit of the CPC designation is the official, external validation it provides for the argument of remedial secession. What is remedial secession? This is an advanced legal theory that argues a minority group or people has the right to secede, external self-determination, as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic grave human rights violations and denies the group any meaningful political participation. Internal self-determination. Proof of insecurity. The CPC designation is a formal U.S. legal finding that the parent state's government has either engaged in or tolerated systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, a key human right. The argument: the secessionist group can use the CPC finding as official evidence that the parent state is failing to protect its citizens and is unfit to govern. The group can then argue, the world's leading power has confirmed the level of persecution we face, therefore, secession is not a rebellion, but a necessary remedy for survival and security. 2. Diplomatic leverage and alliance building. The CPC status shifts the diplomatic calculus, making it easier for foreign countries to consider recognition. Moral mandate for action. The CPC designation forces the US government to act, through sanctions, aid cuts, etc., against the Nigerian government. This creates a moral and political imperative for US and allied politicians to also address the humanitarian consequences, which can include supporting the group that promises security. Targeted pressure. The threat or application of US sanctions on the parent state can weaken its diplomatic and economic capacity to resist the independence movement's claims. This makes it less politically costly for other smaller states to recognize the new country. Focus on the human cost. It allows the secessionist group to pivot the international conversation from one about territorial integrity, which favors the parent state, to one about humanitarian crisis and fundamental rights, which favors the secessionist group. 3. Fulfilling statehood criteria. Indirectly. While the CPC designation doesn't directly meet the criteria of the Montevideo Convention for statehood, it helps in the perception of the new government's capacity. Contrast with the parent state. The secessionist group can use the CPC findings to highlight their own declared commitment to human rights, rule of law, and religious tolerance in their provisional constitution or founding documents. They argue, the parent state violates rights, as the CPC confirms, our new state protects them. This strengthens the perception that the new government has the capacity to enter into relations with other states as a responsible actor. Legitimizing the government in exile. The Declaration of Independence, backed by the CPC's proof of insecurity, legitimizes the existence and actions of the government in exile, like the BRGIE, giving them greater access to foreign legislatures and international media. In summary, the CPC designation is a diplomatic weapon that turns a domestic insecurity crisis into a validated international legal claim for independence, although the actual granting of recognition still requires effective control on the ground and approval from major world powers.
Please, I'm going to play it again without interrupting. So after that, then we can be able to talk. Please do not call until after I play it. When I play it, please, if you want to call, you are free to call. I want you to see the where we are and how everything that is happening now is in the favor of United States of Biafra was declared officially. How you can help us. Because the things that makes to put a country on a country of particular concern is the same thing that leads for them to have their freedom of having a new country also.
The designation of a country as a country of particular concern, CPC, by the US government is a powerful asset for a group making a declaration of independence, particularly if that declaration is based on claims of insecurity and human rights abuses. The CPC designation helps the secessionist group prove their right to self-rule by validating their core grievances and providing diplomatic leverage for the controversial doctrine of remedial secession. Here is how the CPC designation aids a declared new country. 1. Validation of the remedial secession argument. The most significant benefit of the CPC designation is the official, external validation it provides for the argument of remedial secession. What is remedial secession? This is an advanced legal theory that argues a minority group or people has the right to secede, external self-determination, as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic grave human rights violations and denies the group any meaningful political participation. Internal self-determination. Proof of insecurity. The CPC designation is a formal US legal finding that the parent state's government has either engaged in or tolerated systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, a key human right. The argument: the secessionist group can use the CPC finding as official evidence that the parent state is failing to protect its citizens and is unfit to govern. The group can then argue, the world's leading power has confirmed the level of persecution we face, therefore, secession is not a rebellion, but a necessary remedy for survival and security. 2. Diplomatic leverage and alliance building. The CPC status shifts the diplomatic calculus, making it easier for foreign countries to consider recognition. Moral mandate for action. The CPC designation forces the US government to act, through sanctions, aid cuts, etc., against the Nigerian government. This creates a moral and political imperative for US and allied politicians to also address the humanitarian consequences, which can include supporting the group that promises security. Targeted pressure. The threat or application of US sanctions on the parent state can weaken its diplomatic and economic capacity to resist the independence movement's claims. This makes it less politically costly for other smaller states to recognize the new country. Focus on the human cost. It allows the secessionist group to pivot the international conversation from one about territorial integrity, which favors the parent state, to one about humanitarian crisis and fundamental rights, which favors the secessionist group. 3. Fulfilling statehood criteria. Indirectly. While the CPC designation doesn't directly meet the criteria of the Montevideo Convention for statehood, it helps in the perception of the new government's capacity. Contrast with the parent state. The secessionist group can use the CPC findings to highlight their own declared commitment to human rights, rule of law, and religious tolerance in their provisional constitution or founding documents. They argue, the parent state violates rights, as the CPC confirms, our new state protects them. This strengthens the perception that the new government has the capacity to enter into relations with other states as a responsible actor, legitimizing the government in exile. The Declaration of Independence, backed by the CPC's proof of insecurity, legitimizes the existence and actions of the government in exile, like the BRGIE, giving them greater access to foreign legislatures and international media. In summary, the CPC designation is a diplomatic weapon that turns a domestic insecurity crisis into a validated international legal claim for independence, although the actual granting of recognition still requires effective control on the ground and approval from major world powers.
I hope it sounds clear to you how it can help. That's why I told you that it's enough. This killing that's going on in Nigeria is in our own favor. It's also to prove to the world that Mazen Kanu is not a madman, that Simon Abba is not a crazy person, that there is a reason why they are fighting for freedom of their people, to secure the life of their own people. That is why they are fighting. To stop this killing. Tell me, if Biafra has been organized from past 10 years, Nigeria could have been a safer place today for those who want to live there. Because the cost that we are laying on Nigeria to bring everything about Nigeria down is happening. That is why the killings is going on there. So when you see everything that is going on now, those who are fighting us, I want you to know that what you are fighting us a Yoruba person is also an evidence that we are not one people. So continue bringing your attack on us. Continue bringing your attack in your platform to us. It's also proving to the world that we are not one people. We can never unite together. And that is exactly the attack that the Yorubas are bringing to us. What does it simply mean? Anthony Odo, you're welcome. That is what it simply means. The attack you are bringing on us is also an pure evidence that we are not one people. So continue, bring it more. Do not stop. Attack Biafran people very well. So the world will see that the word of your forefathers are being accomplished by you. Your father, Tafawa Balewa, told us that Nigeria is not a one country. Our own grandfather, Adnan Dazik, he would say the same thing. That this thing is not a country. Tafawa Balewa, Prime Minister of Nigeria, first ever, in 1948, told the world that Nigeria is not a country. That Britain are trying to force to manage them, but because of who they are in their background, they refuse to come together. So bring your attack, bring it more. Comment your rubbish. Go to S handle, comment, talk. We want to see you. Go to your Twitter, go to your TikTok, go to any place you are. Continue attacking Igbo people. We welcome it very well. So that's why I told Biafrans, there is no need to tell them to stop. Let them continue. All this is working in our own favor to prove that Nigeria is not one. So let them continue. Do not stop. You have had, if this happen to be in an exam, they ask you that all these things that are happening, that makes US to put Nigeria on a country of particular concern. So can't you narrate this thing very well on your own? It's pure true that what we are passing through today is the repercussion of Britain blocking our recognition. And it's also This will help us when we go further more on this by tomorrow. You find out that Nigeria cannot block our recognition again, because the things that we are doing, that the things that we are saying, the things that want us to want Biafra, this an evidence is here. So the power of blocking us is over.
The designation of a country as a country of particular concern, CPC, by the US government is a powerful asset for a group making a declaration of independence, particularly if that declaration is based on claims of insecurity and human rights abuses.
What our declaration of Biafra, the one Biafra, based on what? Insecurity and the human rights abuse. That is why we make a declaration of Biafra, to govern ourselves, so that we can stop the inhuman treatment, inhuman rights abuses that we are facing through, the disappearance, the widespread killings of the Biafran people. Let me put this into this program very well, to the world. Nigeria will rehabilitate Boko Haram, who believe in Islamic agenda. But when they capture any Biafra army, they will just spy him or end him up in prison. Some of the members of ESN are in prison till today. They are not coming to court. But they will bring out a Boko Haram who is bombing houses. You capture somebody under self-defense who want to protect his people because of you were called to supersede him. Then you will kill him. But when you see Boko Haram, you will grant them amnesty. You will grant them peace talk. What is going on that is not happening? Why we want Biafra? All the things that is going on is why we want Biafra. That is why we want Biafra. So we can protect our border. We can defend our people. When you listen to this here, well, it boils my heart. Because all this has been happening all these years. But one thing that comes to my mind when I got my anger is that there will be a time to put an end to every evil. So this is a time to put an end to evil country called Nigeria. Means a death sentence to every indigenous person. The time has come. So if you're a Biafran, stood up, lay your voice out on every platform you go, talk about Nigerian disintegration. Now is the due time. Now is the D-day for it. The time has come to Nigeria to be to mess Nigeria up finally, as they mentioned themselves, because the Anna brought Nigeria up, Fana brought Omefa down. Anna brought the Ofem man, the Yorubas up on social media, and I brought one down by attacking us. Attack us more. You are making us to understand why we said we cannot live with Yoruba people, neither we cannot live with Fulanis or Fulanis, that we want to be on our own. That is true talk that we all must adhere into, whether you like it or not. Continue your attack on Biafran people. We welcome it. Thank you so much for attacking. The CPC that put Nigeria of a country of particular concern by the US government is a powerful asset for a group making a declaration of independence. We have made this declaration of independence of Biafra on November 29, 2024. Because of all the whole things that America see today that make them to designate Nigeria of a country as a country of particular concern. All these things that you lay down in your laid down laws is what that made us to make a declaration on November 20, 2024. That is it. Particularly if the declaration is based on the claim of the insecurity and human rights abuse in our grievances that made us to declare Biafra. These are the primary number 2 and number 1 questions in our grievances that are there in our document. That is why we must say time that now that America prove it and be a witness to what we are passing through, that they must give us recognition, Biafra, to end the impunity of the killing of the Christians in the indigenous land.
The CPC designation helps the secessionist group prove their right to self-rule by validating their core grievances and providing diplomatic leverage for the controversial doctrine of remedial secession.
Are you following? The CPC designation help us, the Biafra. Look at the word they call it here. Can you see the word? Secessionalist. A group view their right to self-rule by validating their core grievances and providing diplomatic leverage for the controversial denial of remedial succession. Yes, you people are the ones denying us, but today it's open. Are you going after all this? I am asking Britain, UK. Are you not going to recognize Biafra as a country? I am asking you, Amina Mohammed, the UN form, are you going to give it us to fill? And you people voted for us as a country. All of you has a job to do. That is why all of you must join NATO chairman to call for Biafra to become a sovereign state. Now that we have a government that is effective, working, protecting the citizens of Biafrans. Our government has conducted election in Old Anambra. Nobody dies, no military, no police, no army. Free and fair election under democracy and republicans in nation. We have all done this. That is why we are calling on you right now to give recognition, because we have achieved all the criteria, and what is happening in Nigeria is what we are facing through from 1916, 1961, from 1967 to 1970 to 2025. We are tired. For how long are we going to die before you come? Anthony Paul, you're welcome. For how long? For how long are we going to wait? Is it when the white people say wait? Does it really matter to you? Or it means to you that what matters to you is the oil, our mineral resources. That is why you keep mute. Namibia fought for 24 years and you grant them recognition. But we has fought for 5 good decades and you are not granting us. Namibia fought for only 2 decades, but we were on the 5th decade because of oil that is not enough for you. The one you have been taking from over all these decades is not enough for you. But we are going to stop you. You're going to move out in our land, Biafra land, very soon.
Here is how the CPC designation aids a declared new country. 1. Validation of the remedial secession argument. The most significant benefit of the CPC designation is the official, external validation it provides for the argument of remedial secession.
The argument to prove why we want to leave. Now, Chago, now you don't set to. You don't radio, you don't set, my people. Now it's time to our government to use our lobby, our congressmen, to argue in every country that has lobby that need to recognize us. Present all this that makes America to give Nigeria a sanction. That is all that is in our grievances. I already put it down and be waiting. We as the Biafran people have already put it down for people to listen and know why Biafra is a country, why we stood up to make our declaration. So the things to argue, to bear us witness, not we. The things that we bear witness for us is what makes America to put Nigeria on a country of a particular concern. All these things is what we have to present to the world. Give to our lobby so they can be able to use it to do what? Do the needful at the right time. So we can be able to have our own free nation.
What is remedial secession? This is an advanced legal theory that argues a minority group or people has the right to secede, external self-determination, as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic grave human rights violations and denies the group any meaningful political participation. Internal self-determination. Proof of insecurity. The CPC designation is a formal U.S. legal finding that the parent state's government has either engaged in or tolerated systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, a key human right.
I hope you are following. What is remedial secession? This is an advanced legal theory that all these minority group of people have the right to secede. Secede what? To secede extremely self-determination as last resort. Secession of under self-determination. That's what is that? People like Biafra people who said no, don't want because of all this, that went to make a declaration of a new country. That stood up to do what? Make a declaration of a new country called United States of Biafra. Is the last. This is the last route. When the present state community systematically gives human rights violation as and deny the group any meaningful political participation. Now in Nigeria, they have taken oath that no Igbo man will ever rule Nigeria. Peter Obi just wasting time for second time again. No Igbo man will ever rule Nigeria. It's not a denial. When it comes to military, how many of them are brigadier general anymore? They have removed them there. They can't go there again. The Fulanis are the one being there. They are the one being there. So with all this emasculation, with all this right valuation and denying of the group of a meaningful political position in Nigeria, is enough to form our own country. Don't mind your cocos who don't know anything about law. When they see all these hiding truths, nobody pays attention to it. That is why the world know that we are not ready to go and search and bring it out. They hide it for us and be putting the one that are going to be confusing, make you to feel like you're a human being. Why in their eyes you live like an animal? Do you know that our ability of not to? Do you know that inability of for us to research is what makes a white man see us as mumu? Do you know that? The inability of us to not to research is what makes the world take us as people that they don't know their right. Because everything about right is on that document that was being written. Anything about right of people is on the document, is being written down, and they hide it from us. Until you start searching for secret memos of the world and secret documents, then you can be able to be finding those things one after the other. That's what they did to us. That's why I want you to know that everything that we are doing right now, that whatever we are doing is our right. With all the proof, with all the evidence that you choke. The evidence choke everywhere. It's everywhere, the evidence of why the Biafran people has moved on. The last election of so-called one Nigeria, Peter Obi won the election, but because of the oath and denial, he cannot be able to be there. They told him to go to court. That is why they want to sentence Martin Anekano on 20th of January and told him to go to appeal court. The world, we are calling on you to be out of this because the inhuman treatment, the torture of Martin Anekano is becoming unacceptable. And the torture means all Igbos, all Biafrans is being under tortured and under siege. That is why the world must answer us. That is why UN must say something. That is why EU must rise up. That is why America needs to rise up. UK, the evil UK. You must rise up. He's your citizen. Because he's a black man, he's from Africa, he's from Biafra. That is why you don't talk, you mute. Your parliament is no longer working. Your parliament is no longer. This is a man who come to you, and when you come to when you want to present a document of what is going on in Nigeria, you because of your attention to Biafra, all of you walked away from him. All of you walked away from him. Today, you are still maintaining that walking away from the truth. And this truth we embrace and bring shame to all of you. The way Nigeria, the way Nigeria is facing shame is where you, who are the sponsor of Nigeria, is also facing shame in the world. Because you can't call Nigeria without calling Britain or UK. You are also facing the shambolic insult that Nigeria is facing today. You are also facing those things because you are the forefather of Nigeria. You are the grandfather of Nigeria. So once they are not doing well, it's also affecting you. And then you are welcome. Good evening from here. You're also from Biafra. Thank you so much. Be safe. I'm from Biafra. Thank you so much. That is what we are fighting for. That is why you see in our voice, that is social media, to let the world know that what makes Donald Trump to disgust Nigeria is what makes us to declare Biafra as a country. Nothing difference. So if that can be, let's recognize it. Say that this, we will use it to argue, is going to get recognition. That is why our government is using our lobbies, our congressmen to do what? To face this squarely. This pure truth. Yes, he has fell there Gumi has flown to talk to go and get more weapon to give Boko Haram to defend their Islamic agenda. Sunday King, be very careful. I did not attack you. I do not attack my page. I do not bring insult here. Warning to you. The whole thing that made America to see that Nigeria is a country of particular concern, that is what makes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, to raise his voice. Until today, remain where he is, without changing. These are the people that understand it in the research stage. They want me to be alive. This is an advanced legal theory that urges a minority group of people has the right to succeed extremely self-determination as a last resort. What we are doing is the last resort of it. Do you understand it? They say that all this that is happening in Nigeria made Simon Ekpa to fight for secessionist group. That is it. All this that happening in Nigeria that made America to put Nigeria on a country of particular concern is what makes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to stood up. So it's not their fault. It's an already protocol. Yes, my brother. The only way we'll go back is once this recognition has been granted. Donald Trump, in his last word, used angry. Go and check his last address. He used angry to recognize Biafra. They are coming. They are coming, my brother. Only this one alone is enough to guarantee us recognition, because they told you that the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern is a willing tool for Biafran people, anybody who wants freedom of his own country, to go on with it. So that is why everything is happening in our favor. It's also proving to the world that Biafran people is not just secessionist people. We are not tribalist people. We only want to be free and be alive and be inherit what we have in our country. Build that country that is very good. It's going to be one of the most beautiful countries in the world.
The secessionist group can use the CPC finding as official evidence that the parent state is failing to protect its citizens and is unfit to govern. The group can then argue, the world's leading power has confirmed the level of persecution we face, therefore, secession is not a rebellion, but a necessary remedy for survival and security.
Do you see how it goes? The argument. Once it is all about our self-determination, is all about insecurity, human rights abuse, disappearance, intimidation. They said all this leads to what? To people that want a new country to go and form it and get recognition. They will use all this that is outlined in the CPC to argue why we want a new country. Now, now it's everywhere that Biafra people, we are right over all these years that we are fighting for Biafra, that we are seeking for recognition, that we want to be alive, that we don't want to die because of insecurity is number one. Inhuman treatment, abuse of rights. I hope abuse of human rights. Do you hear it here? Nigeria is not a country that is concerned on the abuse of human rights. Nigeria is that country who concerned only on the abuse of human rights. Abuse of human, nothing. You don't have right to do anything. Just stay that way they want you to stay. That's why I told that the meaning of one Nigeria is a death sentence to every indigenous person who becomes Christian. That is what Nigeria means to our life. And that is why we said no. That we reject this death sentence when we are alive. We have already been dead. They already there. We remain just for us to be buried. And we said no. Opera Nicholas, it's been very long. I saw you on my page. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you so much. How is everything, my brother? I hope you're okay. We must continue. The secession group can use the CPC findings as an official evidence. This is our official evidence of the word. They do not, this is how they put the word. That we can use this as an official evidence. That is why we know that Biafra will get recognition sooner or later. When you never believe it, it's going to happen. Because the evidence choke. You don't want to say this one choke. That the present state is failing to protect its citizens and is unfit to govern us. Are you hearing it? The group then argue the world leading powers has confirmed the level of the persecution we face. Therefore, secession is not rebellion. It's not rebelling. We are not rebel. Rather, what are we doing? We are fighting to save our life and survive. So far, the security of Nigeria is not for us. Irremate necessarily reminded for survival and security must be involved. I hope, my people, you are following. And I hope it is what we are looking for. And the evidence is coming out everywhere today. You can see the evidence coming out everywhere today. That is why it simply means that United States of Biafra have all it takes to argue, to grant, to get us recognition at this time that we are into. The evidence is everywhere. So that is why they need to do more. Despite what they are doing a wonderful job. But let them continue doing the right thing that will yield us this good result that is going to end the stubbornness of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ebanjoko. All the Biafras who have been in prison from the time of Owazurike till today. From Owazurike 1999 to today, people are in prison. This is all the things that they said when the people are refused to give normal treatment or bringing them court for their case. That is all things that contributed in the move of people to form a new country, to govern themselves and make everything right for their citizens.
2. Diplomatic leverage and alliance building. The CPC status shifts the diplomatic calculus, making it easier for foreign countries to consider recognition.
Do you hear it? When we argue, that's why we're presenting the world what is happening to us, the killing, on many platforms. That is why we must adhere to do things now to prove how bad Nigeria it is. More. We have to do it. Not to continue talking on ourselves of all those kind of a level. We must change. We must adhere to important things that they're going to lead very fast to recognition, because the world has seen, you don't know who will come across of your platform. And maybe what he sees your problem is always drag his attention to know that Biafra people are facing all this kind of bad life that we are seeing through. Sunday King, nobody is forcing Rivers State to become a Biafra. We're not forcing you. It's one man, one vote. Atiku Abubakar is not a Nigerian. He's from Cameroon. He voted where he wants to be. So you commenting rubbish, taking the worst thing, don't know that you will take 5 minutes. I've been checking since 10 minutes. You never commented. You never comment anything at all here. Then now you comment. It takes you 8 minutes to write the garbage that you are writing. It takes, watch me now, 1 second to remove the nonsense you are writing. You see, the nonsense has been disappeared in my page. So write it again. You see, and I want it for the first time. Watch me. 1 touch. Removed. If I want to block you again, 1 touch, I block you. So ask yourself, the stupid time you wasted, the precious time you make look stupid to write nonsense. I want to wipe it away. A madman. Mad people everywhere. It has never come out. Write again. Right now, we are reading are we talking about who want to be a Biafra? We are not we want Biafra. Before 1914, do you know who you are? You don't even know. In Azadiva State, in Azadiva State, a white man give to you. You answer in a river state that a white man will give to you. Who are you before answering river state? You will come here to write garbage. Write, I use seconds. Touch it, I wipe it away. It has no meaning in my page. So when you get tired, you walk away. Who are you? Who are you before 1914 amalgamation? Emakwan, Mwamugu, Mwabonzo, Onyi Simbaka. May one Nigeria happen to you very soon. May member of your family being kidnapped. May Boko Haram, may ISWAP, may bandits get member of your Boko Haram. Don't you see what I'm doing to you? It's over. Then check the time I used to wipe it away and time you used to write. Do you think I come here to condone nonsense? And on this junction, you cannot comment here again. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, comment now. Let this appear on my screen. One mug. May one Nigeria happen to you. May what people are passing in Nigeria today happen to you. Because it is from River State. And one rather River State before 1914. That is why you don't know where your problem starts from. And when we present where the problem starts from, you come here to do nonsense. Easy way. I can see you. Bright. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Like I said, remember that our line is still open for phone call in case if you have time to call and contribute into what we are doing and what is going on in Nigeria, what America is planning, and all of them, you are free to call. So, remember, we are number 2. Diplomatic leverage and the alliance building. How a country of particular concern can make us to do what? To have Biafra. Samuel, you're welcome. Thank you so much. How a country of concern will help us now. And I told you here, the CPC status shift the diplomatic columns, making it easy for foreign countries to consider recognition of the United States of Biafra. Nigeria, America has given us the evidence, have given the world the evidence. Why what happened on November 29, 2024 is the right of the people and the best thing to do. Now, compiling all the things that are inside the CPC sanction of Nigeria to present it to the world is, they said, is pure evidence that will help us to get our international recognition. They said it's pure evidence, and that other countries in the world, because of all this that is going on in Nigeria now, that our document is in their table, are going to look at this and need to give us recognition. They call them foreign countries to consider recognition. Putting a country on a country of particular concern is an pure evidence to the other countries that we have given our documents of our declaration that all that we present to them is pure truth. That was simply me. So, as you can see it, moral mandate for action.
Moral mandate for action. The CPC designation forces the US government to act, through sanctions, aid cuts, etc., against the Nigerian government. This creates a moral and political imperative for US and allied politicians to also address the humanitarian consequences, which can include supporting the group that promises security. Targeted.
Now, who promised security? Biafran people. The United States of Biafra has promised to secure the indigenous people in Biafra territory. Then, if you look at what people promise to secure their people, they also grant it freely. Because our freedom, our recognition, we grant many people freedom in Nigeria, believe you me. That is why we are number 1 in this movement. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Because we understand it. Our freedom recognition is going to grant many indigenous people their own freedom and their own recognition also. Mandate for action. The CPC designation force the US government to act through sanctioning and court ties, etc., against the Nigerian government. This creates a moral and political improvement for US and allowed politicians to also address the inhuman treatment consequences, which including supporting the group that promised security. The only Biafran people is the one that promised security in all over Nigeria. Is it not true? Today you can see it all and how everything is working, and that is possible in our own midst. Please, 1 minute, my people, 1 minute.
Pressure. The threat or application of US sanctions on the parent state can weaken its diplomatic and economic capacity to resist the independence movement's claims. This makes it less politically costly for other smaller states to recognize the new country. Focus on the human cost. It allows the secessionist group to pivot the international conversation from one about territorial integrity, which favors the parent state, to one about humanitarian crisis and fundamental rights, which favors the secessionist group. 3. Fulfilling statehood criteria.
No, before let's do one or two things. Let's bring some points out of here into what we are doing. You know, we're still on number 2. You see how long this number 2 it is. You see how long it is. Targeting pressure. The threat or application of US sanctioning on the present state can work its diplomatic and economy, it can weak Nigeria. This sanction, you know, when some people will come out on social media and tell, hey, Nigeria to cut ties with America. Did America need anything from you to leave? Are you not the one that America is giving aid? Nigeria, is it giving America aid to leave? Now, America is the one giving you aid. So cutting ties from Nigeria is better than what happened to America, because they will stop giving you that aid, and you want them to cut it because the aid you are giving to Nigeria is what they use to equip Boko Haram. The aid UK is giving Nigeria every month or every time is the one they use to equip Boko Haram, to Islamize everybody, and that brings the killing. So stop giving them this aid that are causing killing of the indigenous people that are Christians in Nigeria. Stop giving Nigeria that aid that is causing killing. They cut ties to Nigeria, people will be out destroying themselves. Between you and America, who is looking for American passport? Who is looking for each other passport? If I may ask you. Between the citizens of America and the citizens of the so-called Nigeria, who are the ones seeking for each other passport to be a citizen of America? Is it any citizen of America who is seeking to have Nigeria passport as his own second country? He couldn't imagine such a thing. You are the one begging for everything. They are the one that are assisting you. Time of COVID-19, you know how much does America give to you? Time of COVID-19, do you know how much America give to you as aid? Can you give it to them? Can you? You are the one that America need to cut ties with, because you are a disgrace to answer a country. A country that are killing its own citizens, claiming it's AI. Could you imagine such a thing in the world? A disgraced country. You come outside to talk. America is coming to America. This year oil is there. You are claiming this year resources is there, but they are giving you aid to support you. Go and check in the history. Go and check document of the corners America are giving aid every month. Nigeria is there. The same way UK that are making our oil. The UK, you are not giving Nigeria aid. People of Nigeria, they just people. What you are giving is what you are taking from them, is what indirectly you are turning back to them. So you are not helping, rather they are the one helping you. The indigenous people that are dying, you claim you give aid. You are not giving any aid because you lay pipe from Imo State down to Europe. How are you helping? When you are stealing our resources from time immemorial till today. You claim you are help kill you there, UK. May help kill you who are giving Nigeria aid, claiming you are support. Do you know that giving Nigeria aid is America, because America is not making any oil and they don't have intention, because they are bigger than oil. They have where they got their business. They believe in business. They believe in pure business. They are getting their oil, what they need oil to do from Russia, from other countries in the world. These are truths. So there is no way. Rather, you are the one that are going to lose. If America decide tomorrow to chase every Nigeria away from America, RMN now. If Donald Trump decide tomorrow to all migrants, they name are Nigeria, go. Let's see what will happen. You are the one to cry, because the population of people in America, Nigeria supersede any other migrant in America. That thing called Nigeria people. Except now that if it happens, we will tell that we are Biafran. We defend ourselves. We will give them documents to prove that we are Biafran. Then we also see those that are attacking this government. They will now claim that they are Biafran. Do you know many of them who have used Biafra government to get asylum? Do you know how many of them that have used Biafra name to get asylum today? So if it happen that the such a thing happen, you are the one that are going to cry. You see these Yorubas that are for Yorubas that are talking, they are going to cry more, because they are also, their number is large in America. You are telling them to cut ties. If you are with Donald Trump, I will cut the ties immediately, and I will make sure that I deported. Once you are not a Biafran, you believe in one Nigeria, go. Then you will see who will cry. You talk without thinking. Bonzo. Otoletuas everywhere. Yes, so Kevin, you are welcome. Thank you so much. We have been here getting to 4 hours. Thank you so much. Depending on your time, you know, everybody is busy this time around. You know that today is my off, and today is why today is my other. Is why I'm here for all the time. You know, ordinary normal days I only come once on live, maybe in the night when I come back from my work, because we must work now to get internet to talk to Biafran people, to educate ourselves. So it doesn't matter. Thank you so much. I hope you are good. I hope you are okay. You and your family. Just be safe, my brother. It is well. It is well. So if you are talking about America coming to take your oil, this your money that you claim you have, is it not here when they are giving you aid? COVID-19, how much did Nigeria give to America, and how much did America give to you? When you talk without thinking. So it's obviously that our recognition is in our hand. America, the Boko Haram has helped us to achieve it. How? By killing the indigenous people that got attention of America to put Nigeria on a country of a particular concern. And in the name of a particular, the name of this name of a country of a particular concern, they say that the Biafran people can use it to argue and get recognition. And when we present that, what makes us to declare Biafra as a Biafra is because of the insecurity, because of the inhuman rights abuse, and that America has confirmed it. Yes, so that America has confirmed what we are doing. I don't know me and you who is a moron. When I look at you, I am reading a document of a country of particular concern they put to give you a Nigerian, and you are calling me and you who they put on a country of particular concern. Who is a moron? Is it not you? That don't know who you are, and today look at messed up in the world everywhere. And may one Nigeria happen to you. Sorry, my people, if I will block him, let me give you what will happen to you. Let me give you something that will happen to you. Look at one bingo. Look at this bovon. Ewu. Where is that video? Yes.
So this is.
I'm not the one talking to you. It's your fellow Nigerian. You see this video? May your family members and you be in this tight corner.
Adults. And
you are attacking Donald
Trump.
May this happen to you. May your children, if you have, may your mother, may your father be in this situation. May your family members be in this situation, you and your one Nigeria. You going to attack me.
Those resources that Nigeria have.
May you be in this country, may you be kidnapped, may a member of your family pass through this. Yes, like you. May this look at how people are begging. What is the offense? Because they are Nigerian.
This is what these people do to vulnerable Nigerians.
Oh, you see it?
This is what
I am not the one that did this video. Look at what they will do this to your children, their family members.
And all you care about is your
may this happen to you from today goes on. Today is Monday. May this happen to a member of your family. May they be in this condition.
Benefit your great grandfather. That is not benefiting you. And will not benefit.
Talk to him. This is the one Nigeria like you. Today they are going to Trump to come. And I'm here talking about my freedom. And then I will lead you to that. I won't be in this condition you are talking. May this happen to you. Moron like you. Oh.
As an average Nigerian, what are you benefiting in those resources that Nigeria have? Dara.
Madman. You are here to write nonsense. May this happen to you. Your brothers, your sisters, your mother in Nigeria. May you be in this condition. That's my message to you. I have answered you. Now watch me. Take a second to remove the nonsense you write. You see? You have been disappeared. A second. Chai. Oh, I have deleted. Sorry, my brother. I deleted your message. Sorry, Kevin. Because of this smoke. And you cannot comment on my platform again. Yes. I put you where you belong. May this become your position. May this become your portion. May this happen to you. Mug. Listen to this again. This is an urgent message since yesterday. Why are you touching?
Muslim. These or what you call them terrorists, they are already planning, and all their Serikis, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Emir of Kano, Kaduna, anywhere, they've all planned together that once America starts killing these bandits, they want to start killing Igbo and Yoruba. They want to turn into a civil war so that America can back off. Everybody.
Do you see this? That is why Chegumi is in Turkey. He went to go and buy. Chegumi is in Turkey because he wants to buy more equipment to give to the bandits. Now, who are going to suffer? The indigenous peoples. Whether you're Yoruba attacking Igbos, it was sure happen to all of you. When we are shouting, raising our voice to stop it, and you are here commenting nonsense. Am I the one saying this? After you thought it's a size play. It's happening real. It's happening. November 7th, may this happen to you. Look at it, killings. And when Kenji here, if I play it, they'll shut my YouTube down. May you be in this position of these people that are here right now. You see it?
People is down. Two people we are
Only protest that they want Donald Trump to come. Two people is down. That is the country where you are defending. May you be like those that are lying lifelessly here. May it become your portion.
Two people we are slaughtered. Yes. Today being November 7th, we are doing this protest.
Okay. On 7th November.
Two people is down now.
Two people is going to come on protest by the terrorists. And you come to write nonsense. Easy from River State, easy from wherever you are from. May this become portion of you, and because of you, may it happen to a member of your family. So you will cry like these people. You will feel their pains.
Northerners are the same. They are not different. Every Igbo man does not have business to be in the north now. America is already in Nigeria. They want to take the revenge or turn the matter to a civil war that is no longer genocide or is no longer Christian. Now they are killing Nigerians to Nigerians. If you know that you are Igbo man, leave the north now. If you know you are Igbo, pass this message to your fellow Igbos that are
This guy is a military man. He's inside the military. Give me this information out because he's an Igbo.
1965, 1966, 1967. They want to turn this into a civil war.
Are you hearing it?
If you know that you are Igbo, if you know that you are Igbo, leave the north or the north is not safe for Igbo. Share this message, let's save some lives. Igbo people should leave the north or don't have business in the north now. Oh.
Thank you. You have passed the message. When you went to Yanoro.
Nigerians, so yesterday night, the 9th of November,
night of yesterday being night.
AKA bandit.
Listen.
You don't understand because you guys say I should stop calling them bandits. I should start calling them terrorists. Terrorists, AKA bandit. They attacked Gidandanyaya. Gidandanyaya community is in Kankara local government area of Katsina.
Oh, Katsina,
I
listen.
know the media will not show you. They will not tell you all these things. You know the story. They will not tell you these things. But like I always tell you, I got your back. If they hide them, me Alhaji, I'm going to bring her out. If they hide them, I'm going to bring her out. So while Nigerians were sleeping, that's yesterday, because this thing happened around 11 p.m.
Yesterday night.
In the night.
I want them to continue.
Their numbers and they started shooting sporadically.
Because it's going to give us recognition very fast. That is my own take.
4 persons. That is, they buy 4 persons.
Okay.
1 person was injured. 10 people were kidnapped from this attack yesterday.
Okay.
Night. Go do your findings. Go do your findings. This one happened yesterday. You know the media will not tell you these things. They will not tell you. Nigerians, the mainstream media will not tell you because they don't want you to know all these things that are happening here in the north. In the north. But I, English Alhaji, as they hide them, I will bring her. This one happened yesterday for Kankara, for Katsina. And now, the sad part of this thing is that this same Kankara local government area of Katsina, they had a peace deal with bandits.
Did you hear
last
it?
3 weeks. They had peace deal with bandits. Like bandit promised them that no more attacks again. You know, everything don't do okay. Like, we are not going to attack you guys again. Yesterday, they strike. They strike this community yesterday night. They buy 4 persons, including a pregnant woman.
You hear it? And Amina Mohammed was sitting comfortably on top of seat in UN as a president of UN.
Go and verify.
A woman.
Nigerians, we are poor with bandits.
Now today, you know, that is why we Biafra. The only thing you will say is this. Alhaji, I told you on the chat that we had, until you accepted that situation is to divide Nigeria, you to go and talk about your own country.
This one happened yesterday night.
Go and talk about it. That is my advice to you, and you refuse.
10 people were kidnapped.
Yeah, more is to come.
Here in Katsina.
Let them continue because it's going to grant us recognition automatically. Why we Biafran people says no to that? Because once they conquer you, the slaughter our own people is very easy. We will not going to allow it. That is why Simon is in prison. That is why Mazan carries incarceration. Do you hear it? Now allow me to play this thing like this, please. Are you hearing it? The attack in the north. The attack in the indigenous people. Do you see it? America, come fast, you people are dying. Divide Nigeria. See it
This is
here.
happening now.
See them. You see citizens. What is happening?
Yes,
They have come. They arrived. Yesterday night. Look at it. People are running away. Look at it here. The world, see what is going on. This is what we wanted to prevent by seeking for Biafra. See it here. People are running. See it here. Is it what? The Boko Haram, aka bandits. That is their job. China, you are a minor in Nigeria and you support this killing.
This is happening now. I will see this.
You hear it?
Yes, this is right.
Some people are running head and scatter. UK keeping silent. France keeps silence. France keeps silence. Russia, we are calling on you and America. Israel is keeping silent of the death of indigenous people.
This is happening now.
It's happening live. See it yesterday. Look at after they injured 10 and kidnapped, they kidnapped 10, killed 4, injured 1 person, injured 1 person. Look at where people are living peacefully, they will enter, chase them away. Are you hearing it? Now people are running head scatter. They will run into IGP camp. They will take over their land. Under CPC, this is what you said. Under the self-determination, you also mentioned about this. But when people go on with that, then you will come and start doing what? Decising them, putting them in prison. Are you hearing it?
Yes, this is right.
Those that even have a car, leave their car and flee. Those that has house, leave the house and flee. They will not go out with anything. Rather, they will went back there and burn all these properties.
Banditry started under the watch of APC because they were the ones that brought them in. It was 1992-93 in Kaduna. A riot broke out which they call the Zango Kataf riot. I was a young boy, very, very young then. And people were killed in scores. If you are not an Afsa person practicing Muslim in Islam, you were killed.
Okay.
Especially if you are from the southern part of Kaduna, the tribes from the southern part of Kaduna, they were massacred. It was called the Zango Kataf riot.
The time has come.
And if the next thing they do is to burn churches, kill Christians, and then if they are done with that, then they focus on businesses that is for Igbo people, Igbo owned businesses, and they destroy it.
Yes, certainly.
I grew up knowing that Christians are an endangered species in Nigeria.
Okay.
In the year 2000, when the Sharia riots, of the Sharia riots, hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Kaduna. I can remember vividly that we had to defend our house from people. They brought some Fulani boys and they faced our house. They were shooting arrows. They were stoning our zinc. They spot our zinc, shooting arrows. Even though I was a Muslim then, even though my father was a Muslim then, but because majority of the people in our compound were Christians. So
even though that they are Muslim, they real Muslim people in
I can
Nigeria.
remember a particular church in
They are facing
in Kaduna called Chapel of Redemption.
Even though that him that is talking here is a Muslim, these jihadists first them want to off their life. They start attacking their buildings where they are living. So that is why when America said they are coming because of the Christian, I don't like such a word on my own. It's racist. But let them come in them of so we can be able to let everything happen. So you are telling that these people that are Muslims that are not into jihadists will die. No, now. That is why I said the law must be for everybody. It's not going to be tagging on a particular section of people. No. It's injustice. It's supposed to be about the indigenous people. This and a real Hausa man describing what they are going on, writing the histories that we need to know.
That church was destroyed. And so from that time, anytime there's a little hanky panky in Nigeria, the first target is churches and Christians.
Okay.
And this has prevailed for a long time. That even if there's a problem with in another country, the Muslims and the Hausas in Nigeria will rise up and begin to kill Christians.
Are you hearing this? What is happening?
The World crisis in 2002, 2001, 2002. That somebody threw a picture of Muhammad or something in France, long away in France, and they began to fight in Nigeria.
Do you hear that?
Are you following me?
Christians are endangered species. Now let me give you, and that's how it has continued. Scores have been killed, and they focus on regions where there is a mixture of both Christianity and Islam. If you look at states like Kaduna,
Okay.
states like Plateau State, states like Nasarawa, states like Taraba, states like Benue, states like Bauchi, states like Gombe, states like Borno. These are places where they focus on because they intend to eliminate every living Christian in that place. Anybody that deported is a total lie because I have grown and lived in the law. I've spent 80 to 80% of my life in the law, so I understand this thing. Several times, I cannot forget the Sharia law. We were running for our lives, even though we were Muslims.
That is what?
As far as you are not of that
Killings,
group,
inhuman rights
practicing what they
abuse.
practice, you are a victim. You can be bothered.
So, my people, I want to thank you all for today. This is maximum 5 hours we are here. So I want to thank you. We may come back again today if time permits us. If time permits us a little bit, we might come back with us to spend 1 hour with Biafran people. That one will be on Matters Arising. So that time we will also have a word, open mic. So anyone who wants to call, make the program start. So I want to thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Continue being safe and stand strong on the side of supporting United States of Biafra for our recognition that we are calling on all world powers to know that injustice, abuse of rights, abuse of life has meted on us, become a trauma to us. Ede, Chichibozo Ede, thank you so much for being here. I greet you. Thank you so much. One love. We will come back again in the night if Chugo Okabiama give us the strength to come back. Today we have spent our maximum 5 hours here. So I want to thank you all. Remember to support your United States of Biafra government to give us a good life, to give us a freedom, to make us to live that life that we are losing. That is why you must support this government. So I thank you all. May Elohim bless you. I wish you good. We will see ourselves in Biafra land, and we will narrate our story by ourselves. It's a time for us to raise our voice more and more, bringing all evidence of what Nigerian government is doing to our people, why we have freedom, we want our new nation, and why that the CPC is an avenue, an opportunity to do what? For us to seek recognition right now. Government will use it to argue. In that means, from here, from me, it is a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.